we are back. We are live with Sriram Krishnan, who just finished his tenure as the Senior White House Policy Advisor on Artificial Intelligence. Previously, he was a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz and held senior roles at Microsoft, Meta, Snap, and Twitter. So, Sriram, we're so glad to have you on. Welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Thank you. Been a fan of everything you folks have been doing for the last few months, and excited to be here. I think this is the first time in about 2 years I've been able to do a video appearance without a suit and tie on. So I am so excited to be out of that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing. So there's so much going on in open source the last week. We just discussed, we had Grok Build was open source, and then we had Thinking Machines, and then Kimi K3, and then Qwen 3.8. So you tweeted the other day, Kimi K3 is a big moment with multiple implications for the entire industry. Could you go into a little more detail on that? What are these implications?
Yeah. So if you go back maybe 4 or 5 months, I think there was a moment in time when the only leading models were, I think, Opus 4.6 or 4.7 at the time, GPT 5.4 or 5.5 or wherever we were, and it felt like there was really no one else. And we were on this curve of recursive self-improvement where the frontier labs were really going to draw really far away from everyone else. I think the last few weeks, if you are in the token consumption business, which I am, and I think many of you and your viewers are, it's been a great time. Because let's see, you had Elon and Michael at Cursor, the SpaceX XAI team come out with Grok 4.5, which I've been using. It's a fantastic model. I think we forgot to mention this. We had Alex Wang and Meta come out with Muse Spark, which is also awesome. Last week, we had Mira Thinky come out with Inkling. I don't know their version number, but the first version of that model, which I think is nearly SOTA on many benchmarks. But I think the big news of the last 3-4 days was obviously Kimi K3 coming out, I think on Thursday or Friday, and then I think the last 24 hours, I haven't really played with it yet, but Qwen coming out. So just a lot of choices and alternatives coming out. And what I was referring to is with Kimi K3 is the following. One is that it's just great to have choice in the ecosystem, and to be able to point your harness of choice or your agent of choice to multiple models. Second, I think we are in this really weird moment now where some of the American frontier models are constrained. For example, on cyber and on security. And I was talking to a friend of mine where this person was actually starting to do security work using Kimi K3 rather than Fable, because with Fable, he would run into these refusals and safeguards. So that seems like a very weird spot to be, which we can talk about for a second. I think it's also, it's probably inevitable that if you are having choices from where you get your intelligence tokens from, that's going to put pricing pressure on the frontier models, which means I think you'll probably see the frontier labs have to drop token prices or find ways to find ways to match pricing, which means it's probably going to erode into their gross margin. It's probably great for the neo clouds and every other layer of the stack, because if you're a neo cloud like a base 10 or a fireworks, or if you just have a bunch of Blackwells and you can power it in, you can run that, and you can capture some of the economics, which was probably going to go to the frontier lab. So I think it's great as a consumer. I think it's great for the ecosystem. Lots of obviously questions on security, on distillation, on how this is good, but a very interesting moment.
Totally. So I guess like the first question here would be, where do you predict the frontier labs, like how do you predict the frontier labs are going to react to this? Like now, the ecosystem has been sort of changed. Like there's no going back. Like Kimi has been released and it's very close to the capabilities of Fable. So what do you think is next for like an Anthropic or an OpenAI?
So a few things. I think it's very clear the frontier labs are going to push at the very frontier of the jagged performance we get. As somebody who spent close to the last 18, 19 months trying to make sure America wins. I really want to see the American models, whether it's closed or open weight at the frontier, and so I think they'll continue to be that. What I suspect these open models could really start putting pressure on them is one on pricing, because it may turn out that the number of tasks that you need absolutely frontier intelligence from is, let's call it like one subset. But for a lot of other tasks, for example, like I have an agent which checks my email, or I have an agent which quickly scans through my calendar. You may not need frontier tokens. You may be able to get by with frontier -1 or your open weight token of choice. In which case, I think you're going to start seeing pricing pressure come on the frontier labs. You're probably going to see them, try and make sure the absolute frontier models stay available and accessible. I think we've already seen Anthropic, and I have no inside confirmation about this was a motivation, but you've already seen them extend Fable. I think Fable was originally supposed to be available until, I don't know, like a week ago. It's already been extended. I predict there'll probably be more extensions, just because otherwise you have an open model which is very much near the frontier. I think the other interesting question is, where is the real moat if you're a frontier lab? Is it in the intelligence, or is it in the harness? And I think, Claude, Cowork, and Claude Code and Codex are amazing products, and I suspect you'll probably see like more effort on making them sticky, because it might be that the actual intelligence itself, or at least the levels behind the actual frontier, are much more of a commodity. So what does this mean for the ecosystem? One, this could put some revenue pressure on the frontier labs, because I suspect that people might start pointing their harnesses at some of these other open weight models for any number of reasons, which we can get into. I think it's probably great, like I said, for the neo clouds and anybody else with power and GPUs. And I don't know, it's going to be a very, very interesting time.
Right. So speaking of open source, there's been some chatter. Axios just reported this morning that the Trump administration is considering restricting Chinese open source models, either because they are Chinese and might be a national security issue, or because they have reached like Fable level capabilities in agentic coding, and it could be a cybersecurity issue. So do you think the US government will do things that will crack down on open models? And do you think that there's anything that they should be doing in this respect?
Well, I have no inside information. As I like to tell people, I am no longer living off your American taxpayer money, but I have a lot of friends there, and I think, and I think from everything I hear, look, if you go back to a year and a half ago, in the first few weeks, the Trump administration said, hey, we're going to come out with the AI action plan. And when we came out with the AI action plan, it's right in the first page. If you kind of go to the first section of it, you're going to see the action plan talk about how important open source is. Now, I think the thing to think about is there are multiple different issues. Number one, I don't think it is great that the leading open weight models or open source models, are not American. Right? It's I think I think there's some great innovation happening with Moonshot and with DeepSeek and with Quen, but I would much rather prefer that the leading models are American. And by the way, there's some lots of great efforts happening. I expect them to improve. You have Gemma from Google, you have Nemotron from NVIDIA, you have obviously Thinky, you have newer startups like Reflection coming out. I think they will continue to be better, but we are in a moment of time when the leading models are Chinese, which I think is not great. I would much rather prefer them to be American.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the second part of it is I grew up loving open source. Open source is a big part of how I got into computers, a big part of my career, and I was a big fan of Linus's law, as in Linus Torvalds of Linux fame's law. And his law was that given enough eyes, all bugs are shallow. And what I believe with that is that open weight models are inherently secure, because when you download a model off Hugging Face, it means you have the entire world being able to take it apart, inspect it, fine tune it, modify it, look at it in ways that you absolutely cannot if they are closed. So I kind of believe that they bring a very, very different positive angle to security. The weird, I think, or the moment we are in, which I think is not great, is I think there was an incident with Hugging Face that got reported on earlier today, which I think there's an active tweet. And what Hugging Face seems to have found is that somebody was using, essentially definitely an AI LLM agent to hammer them at multiple places and to kind of like find ways to break in. And I think the way to counter that is to make sure American or Western or allies defenders have access to the best models to make our software like just more secure.
Yep.
So which is why I like I said, I don't love that we are in a moment where it may be harder to look at your own code for exploits with, say, Fable than it is when you use a Chinese model. That's just like a weird spot to be, and I think we should fix that. Now, one very interesting discussion which has been happening a lot on X is about distillation and what that means. So it's kind of a complex topic because there's a few things in there. So first of all, like every model we have today distilled off of all human knowledge, right? Like if you go back to the original GPT or the original Claude, they all had to derive of crawling off the internet, crawling off all of our blogs or tweets and content, and they kind of consume human knowledge and to bootstrap that. So distillation has always been a core part of how these models have been trained. Second, if okay, let me ask you this. When I write a tweet these days, I am terrified of accidentally using multiple hyphens or accidentally saying something which will cause Pangram to say this is AI generated. I once wrote a tweet recently which I put it through Pangram to make sure it felt human, even though I knew I had written every human generated token. And so what we've all seen is, I would say, the rise of AI slop on the internet. So if you think about that, the internet has grown a lot over the last couple of years. A lot of that has been AI generated. You and I see content every single day. We're like, well, there's definitely some tokens in there. And that also goes into the training of these models. So distillation of AI models is a core part of how these models are trained today. There's just no escaping that. That's number one. Number two, but I think the issue I think people are talking about is that some of these models may be distilling at scale in kind of these industrialized ways where you have maybe a bunch of fake accounts, or maybe you have people reselling, say, Claude subscriptions to somebody else and routing it any number of ways which are breaking terms of service and which are bad. So here's what I think. Number one is, I think all the labs, with the help of, everybody, from the government, should be doing everything they can to make sure, whether they're doing KYC, whether they are, doing things to check the IP addresses where they're coming from. There are a lot more sophisticated things they do. They are making sure, these kind of this a heavy industrial, extraction of reasoning traces isn't happening. And I'm going to steal this from Dean Mayer of Sequoia, who had a fantastic post, and please give him credit for this in his tweet. He wrote this yesterday. I think the situation which is bad today is that some of these models from other countries can train off American models, whereas if you are an American open weight model, it may be really confusing or challenging on whether you can distill off of other American models, right? So if we kind of have a really uneven ecosystem here, where if you're a Chinese model, you could probably get a bunch of reasoning traces, but if you are, say, a new Valley startup and you want to use some reasoning traces, you don't know what the legal situation is. So one great idea, which I think came from him, I think Ben Thompson of Strategy had a similar idea today, was to basically say, how do we find a way to make distillation acceptable in any number of ways, whether you are getting outputs of other models, or sometimes it's more subtle. If you look at any American open source model today, they are using Chinese models as a teacher, or in a way as a part of the fine-tuning process. And how do we make sure that is protected and enshrined? So if you're an American model company, you have the same level playing field as the Chinese models. Now, again, I think we're in this very interesting, unique moment in time. But overall, I think these open weight models are great for the ecosystem. It's more choice. It's people competing on price. It's all the great things that innovation is supposed to bring.
Right.
Totally.
So another consideration that is going on right now is the idea of AI being able to automate, to improve first and then automate AI research. So, Anthropic has written about this. OpenAI has talked about, building in first an automated research intern and then working towards automating AI research. And many people believe that if that were to happen, the pace of AI capabilities progress would go very, very, very fast. So, what kind of policies do you think the government, if any, should have around this? What do you think the government is going to do around a potential very rapid increase in capabilities of AI if that were to happen in the future?
Well, again, I don't speak for the government anymore. I don't have any inside information. I don't know whether the government has a real role in this. Like, look, whether RSI is real or not, where you are on the exponent is a much debated topic. I've heard many schools of thought where they believe you're going to have automated AI researchers in a couple of years, but then there are others who think, well, there are fundamental improvements that you cannot crack, and yes, you're going to see improvements from models being able to train other models, but the exponent is going to be a lot more gradual rather than a very steep curve. So I think when I was in government, for me or for David, the entire focus was how do we have a fantastic ecosystem where there are people competing to build products. You are pushing innovation as fast as possible, and then when there are credible risks, making sure when they appear, making sure you tackle them. So, for example, with cyber, when you have a credible threat, when these models are capable of, for example, generating exploits in the latest firmware or the latest operating system, how do you then go tackle it? So, when somebody gives me this question, I sometimes find it very theoretical, and I often find it a lot more useful to break it down into, okay, one, how do we make sure we have a bunch of competing choices? Two is, what do we know to be credible? And how do we actually particularly tackle that? I think there are very credible threats on cyber, on biological advances, a couple of other topics, and I think there are definitely efforts to try and tackle just those. And then and I think the final part I would say is that in a lot of ways, I'm a big believer in using AI to help. So often, for example, the answer to helping with cyber is if you have, using more AI to go scan your code base and making your code base more secure. So very often, I think, like, how do we then deploy to actually meet these threats as we go along?
Totally. So another point that Dean Ball raised actually was sort of this sentiment that like open weight models deter capex, and they kind of like destroy the ability for frontier labs to monetize their capability leads. So how do we like promote a very healthy like open source ecosystem while ensuring that the frontier labs are still able to like do what they're best at?
Well, I think at the end of the day, if you kind of bring it back to very business first principles, if you're providing a product of value, capitalism will find a way to make the supply chain work for you. So if you have an open weight model that is providing value, that means that every part of the stack underneath, whether it is a neo cloud, whether it is a data center, whether it is a chip provider, whether it is somebody who provides gas turbines or fire suppression to a data center, every other part of the stack is going to orient itself to provide value, because you, as an open weight model provider, you might be working with a bank because they don't want to work with a frontier model. They want to work with somebody that they can run in house. Or if you go look at what somebody like Thinky is doing, they are fine-tuning models for specific clients using internal data that they don't expose. So, so I kind of think of like, if you're providing a product of value, the capitalism will take care of all the rest. And by the way, I think I'm being borne out. Like, if you go look at the fraction of every other part of the stack, if you go look at how the inference clouds are doing, going. If you go look at how the rest of the ecosystem is going, the growth is pretty strong and spectacular. And I think you're going to continue seeing that continue.
Mm. So, to the extent that you can tell us, what are you working on now that you're out of government?
Well, I'm going to be doing more, live drop-ins, I think, and going to be
Streamer.
entertaining. No, look, I think, well, look, I had this amazing life experience, which is unparalleled, and it was such a unique honor, and it's kind of really, given me a sense of what countries and companies need to do to work with each other, and to make sure everybody gets intelligence, whether it's from the frontier labs and open weight models or how that happens. And I want to try and make that happen in some shape or form. So I'm going to be annoyingly elusive, but I think that mission of making sure America, our allies, get access to AI at scale with having governments and these companies work together is a very important one. I've been working on that in many different ways, if you think about it, for many years now. So I want to continue to do just that. And, write some banger posts and, jump in on, live streams from time to time.
Yeah, well, we're excited. This has been so great. Thank you so much, Sriram, for coming on MTS.
Yes, I'm sure
Thank
we'll have
you.
you on again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Much more to come.
Absolutely.
And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm here with Mukund, who is the co-founder and CEO of Emergent. And Emergent lets non-technical founders and small businesses build and operate full-stack web and mobile applications with AI agents. And Emergent recently raised $130 million in a Series C at a $1.5 billion valuation. Their company says users build more than 12 million applications in its first year, while Mukund told TechCrunch that Emergent has more than 200,000 paying customers and 120 million in annualized revenue. So Mukund, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Excited to be here.
Super excited to be here. So let's talk a little bit about that raise, 130 million at a 1.5 billion valuation. And I would love to learn a bit more about the actual numbers that have led to that growth and why are people using you guys right now?
Yeah, so I mean, just to give you a brief background, so Emergent is an AI platform that allows business owners to build, deploy, production-grade software just using natural language. You come online, just chat with our agents, and you're able to actually build production-grade business-critical applications. Today, people are building, thousands of ERPs, CRMs, inventory tracking, these kind of software on our platform today. And our vision is to sort of become an operating system for small businesses to make them AI native, help them sort of automate large parts of their business. That's what we are seeing playing out right now. And so, since our last sort of raise in December, we have actually grown 4x in both revenue and users. And also, like every single metric that we care about, whether it's customer acquisition cost, gross margin, retention, all of those things are trending in the direction that we initially thought our thesis was. And what we are sort of really focused on is empowering these small businesses and independent entrepreneurs to really, become AI native on top of our platform. And that thesis is really playing out as we see. And I think there's also like a big validation on like how big the market is going to be. Like now, as non-developers are getting empowered to sort of build their own software, build their own agents, we see, that this will sort of really empower the next generation of businesses that are coming online on AI now. And I mean, we think that, just like, there are technology waves that, people adopt today. We think that small businesses are going to skip the SaaS wave and just adopt the AI wave. And that's what we're trying to empower.
That's awesome. And let's talk more about that 4x growth that you just mentioned. So you said recently you guys had a 4x growth on a bunch of different metrics. I'm curious to understand like the background. How did the underlying business of you guys, like how did that actually change and what actually led to that 4x growth?
Yes, a lot of our growth is actually coming from retained user. Like their ARPUs actually grow when they deploy with us. We see like and when we built Emergent, we built it with this thesis that eventually people without programming knowledge they'll actually want to come online and build actual working software. And building a working software that actually building front end demos, those are relatively easier. Building an actual software that actually works, has database backend, scales with the traffic is actually the hard part. And that's what we are sort of seeing in the data as well and seeing play out right now. That most of our users, most of the revenue that comes from are coming from users who are building complex applications, people who are actually building business critical, mission critical applications. And again, like, things like CRMs, ERPs, right from, like a factory owner in sort of Australia to a roofer in Ohio. Everybody's building software that is actually tailored to their business needs. And if you compare this to the cost of actually hiring a developer or hiring a dev shop, there's almost a 10 to 50x difference. You can actually build a software on Emergent which will cost you under $5,000 to go live, versus if you go to the market and hire a developer, the same software will cost you $200,000. And that is allowing a lot of people to sort of come online, really experiment. And essentially people who are very close to their business, domain experts, they're able to build software today that is helping them accelerate their business.
Yeah, I'm also curious right now because to an outsider, they would say, oh, well, there's a lot of already companies who are doing, vibe coding. The market is pretty saturated with like Replit or Lovable or Cursor and all these other products. And I'm curious if you could just share a bit more on what Emergent specifically does for a non-technical operator that maybe these other products in the market don't easily do.
Right. So I think one, thing is that I think the market is growing faster than all of us can serve right now. And I think, like it's going to continue to accelerate as we sort of democratize software development for everyone. The key differentiator that sort of Emergent brings, to the market right now is success of the apps. If users are building more complex applications, typically Emergent, allows them to be a lot more successful on the platform. You're actually able to deploy. We have everything end to end, right? From your design to your development to your testing to deployment to security, all of that thing is built into the platform. And where we really shine is, I mean, the first five iterations, 6 iterations, it looks similar on all the platforms. But when you are adding your 50th, feature on your website, or if you're sort of solving a bug, in your 100th iterations, that is where Emergent sort of really shines. So as you build deeper into the software stack, Emergent actually continues to improve and become better as you're building along. versus some of the other platforms. And again, like for our thesis is to sort of really go deep into these small businesses and build really deep for them. So now a lot of people are able to build a website. A lot of people are now able to build a lead gen website, but now they need agents to qualify these leads, right? So now we're building deeper into their use cases and need. For example, recently we launched an SEO agent that allows you to optimize, your website for SEO. And we have customers who have come back and said that they have been able to cut their marketing cost by 95% because now
Wow.
the websites are really optimized. So I think, we think that the market is like really big, and eventually, like if you're working closer to the customer, eventually the best product is going to win.
Yeah, I would love to hear more about those specific customer stories. So can you share a little bit of those small businesses that are using Emergent and how has it actually affected their day to day?
Yeah, we have thousands of small businesses using us today, and I'll give you some of the examples. For example, there was a guy who runs a roofing business, five people roofing business, and was using a bunch of SaaS tools, and was paying roughly about $1,800 per month for these SaaS tools, and eventually ended up building an operating system, using Emergent, which connects all of his data, all of his workflows into one single operating system that he has built himself because he understands the business really well. And now he pays $100 a month, right, for all the software that he's actually built on top of Emergent, and is saving money. In fact, he's now trying to package this as a SaaS software and sell to other people in his community. Similarly, we had somebody in Florida who's a custom golf cart seller,
Wow.
and he was running his business primarily offline, and then discovered Emergent, actually built a lead gen website, started getting a lot of leads using that, and now has built at least 8 or 9 custom software internally to sort of manage his business, right from dispatch to how do you sort of manage paperwork, how do you sort of manage invoicing, and he was telling me that his revenue has sort of doubled since he actually came online, right, versus what he was doing before. And what we are seeing this trend is that traditionally, like to take build a software required you to put in a lot of upfront investment and really take that risk, whether without knowing whether the software is going to come out correctly, but because now we have made it like really economical for people to come and build software on top of our platforms. A lot of people are coming in, experimenting and sort of realizing the value of how software can actually really accelerate your business.
Yeah, tell me about what that actually means. So as more and more people start to realize how software can accelerate their business, how is that actually changing the wider landscape as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, we believe that most businesses understand their domain really well, and they're good at like the core part of the business that they're really running right now. A lot of the other thing that gets in the way of you actually running a business, whether it's financing, accounting, marketing, sales, a lot of those things will get automated using AI, and you'll have this bunch of AI teammates, AI employees, which will actually help you accelerate your business, and that's what we are trying to sort of do is allow this users in a more DIY way where they can actually do these themselves, like and sort of build these agents out. And as we sort of progress through the next phase of AI, where most of the things will get agentic, right? Like we believe that serving this market, which accounts for roughly 50% of global economy today, right? Like really allows us to sort of go deeper into these use cases and build for this audience, which is typically been sort of left behind from technology wave.
Yeah, I'm interested to get your perspective on this graph that I recently saw, where it was showing the rise in apps that actually got published on the App Store grew exponentially this past year, but the actual amount of apps people are using stayed roughly flat. So what are you actually seeing internally? Do you see that a lot of the revenue is coming from retention and these business applications themselves after just the actual initial excitement of creating the app?
Yeah, I mean, I think initially there was a lot of excitement, like where like a lot of people who were building, were building hobbies app, personal website, and like that. We feel that we are still very early in the journey, like barely scratching 1% of the market in terms of what is possible. But today, like we have hundreds and thousands of apps that are live.
Yeah.
Most of them have daily usage. Many of them have are customer facing. We roughly get about 25 million monthly visits on these apps. And where we are seeing a lot of success initially is business facing internal tools like custom ERMs, CRMs, ERPs. I think that's where we're seeing a lot of success right now. But I think as we sort of grow, as the technology sort of progresses, like we'll see a lot more customer facing success as well. And again, like we have to realize that how early we are in the journey right now, right? Like we are basically, I mean, less than 5% of the world has actually used a coding agent. So we are extremely early in this journey right now.
Yeah. So extremely early. You said we're just touching the surface, like about 1% of the way there. What is the full version? How would you know that we're actually there? Like, what is this world that you're trying to unlock?
Yeah, I mean, I think the vision that we're driving towards is becoming this operating system for small and medium businesses where they can, automate large parts of their business. Can they sort of really, like become an autonomous sort of company? That's the vision that we're driving towards.
Hmm.
And we are seeing these early signs where like a lot of people are using our agents now to manage their social media account.
Wow. Yeah.
And driving growth, driving revenue for them. A lot of people are using. I was talking to a service. They run a cleaning service, and this guy used to spend 6 hours manually allocating jobs to cleaners, and now just uploads 2 spreadsheets to our agents and says automates them and dispatch them, and they're able to automate large parts of their business. So we think that agents will automate large parts of these economical use cases that are going to happen, and we are trying to power this for small and medium businesses today.
That's amazing. Well, I really appreciate you coming on to MTS and sharing more about what you guys are building with Emergent. And it's really exciting to know that we're just at the very start of how this is going to affect the world and how this is going to affect people and their abilities to actually build whatever is in their heads and get out into the world. So really appreciate you coming on and sharing.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for having me. Thanks, Safia.
Thank you. And we'll be back with MTS.
right, we are live with Greg Burnham, who is a researcher at Epoch AI. He used to work at Elemental Cognition, Bridgewater Associates. Epoch is one of our favorite AI orgs. They're so good at what they do. So, Greg, we're so glad to have you on. Welcome to MTS.
Pleasure to be here.
So, the big AI news story of the day was the Jacobian conjecture was just solved, or disproven rather, by Claude Fable 5, which was, extremely long-standing math conjecture. It's been around for almost 90 years, and and an Anthropic researcher just like handed the thing to Fable and was like, disprove this, and it just did it, which is incredible. So can you tell us a little bit about what exactly the Jacobian conjecture is, in some amount of detail, and then the significance of this result?
Sure. So, like you said, the conjecture is this long-standing question in math, and it's pleasantly simple to state. It's about polynomials and derivatives, basically. You can sort of imagine a polynomial in multiple variables, like x, y, and z. And you can imagine that in like a vector of multiple of those. So maybe you have your first vector spot like x squared plus y, and then your second might be like y squared plus z, and then your third might be z squared plus x, something like that. And it's the same number of variables as vector spots, and you can view this as a map from n-dimensional, or in this case, in this example, three-dimensional space to three-dimensional space. And there's something called the Jacobian determinant associated with such a map. And it's not a scary object. If you're familiar with calculus, it's like the matrix of partial derivatives, that's all. And if you take the determinant of that matrix and that satisfies some property, the conjecture was this map has an inverse, meaning, no 2 points of input like XYZ map to the same point when you evaluate those spots in the vector. And this is like so nice and simple to state. It has some like analogs in calculus you might have studied, if you recall, like the inverse function theorem is sort of a local version of it. Anyway, that's about all I'll go into.
This is just reminding me, like post AGI, I need to like just spend like a year just grinding math.
Yeah,
it's so
this is
interesting,
true.
and I have no time to do it.
Oh, it'll be so much fun. Yeah, like we can't get through to post-scarcity utopia fast enough. So we can all like calm down and learn some math. It's gonna be a blast.
Yeah.
But for now, we have to try to keep up. And so you zoom out and say, like, what is this? Well, the conjecture was this abstract thing, like it's always true that X, whatever. And what Fable came up with was a counterexample. So if you're meaning here is a specific case where the conjecture is not true. So in some ways, it's like extremely concrete. Like you can now go on the Wikipedia page and find, in fact, it matches the shape of the example I gave with like X, Y, and Z and three in a three-place vector, and you say, here it is. Apparently, this thing doesn't have an inverse. It satisfies the condition, doesn't have an inverse. So it's a much more concrete thing than a proof of the general conjecture would be, because the proof is this abstract, like such and such always holds kind of thing. So what do we make of this? Like you said, this has been long-standing. Well, there's some like the questions you sort of the spectrum you're trying to decide where does it fall on is like, is this example somehow a simple thing people overlooked? Is it somehow a like random little function that doesn't really give any big insight as to why this conjecture is false? Or is it somehow super insightful? Like you somehow, even though the conjecture is false, you had to understand this like abstract constraint. You had to understand this abstract world, and that let you construct the counterexample just so. So you've like really learned something, even though the like nice simple to state conjecture was false. And we've seen examples sort of in both directions. Like even the early days of computers let you sort of do these brute force searches for counterexamples to famous conjectures. Like there's I can go into that if that's of interest. But like just being able to have classical computers search for counterexamples was already like a big moment in math. And you're like, oh, actually, we just, the pencil and paper attacks missed this example. And in fact, such and such 100-year-old conjecture is false. And it just because the computer found some example doing a boring search. But we've also seen, maybe most notably, most recently, this counterexample to the so-called unit distance conjecture, where there really was like a pretty neat idea behind that one, where it was, again, this long-standing conjecture. A lot of mathematicians had worked on it, and people generally sort of thought it was true or had spent a lot of time trying to prove it was true. And in fact, there was this counterexample, but it was like a brilliant flourish to come up with this counterexample, an unexpected idea from one area applied. So that was the unit distance problem. Uh, it's the dust has yet to settle on the Jacobian conjecture problem, but at least from what I'm seeing from mathematicians commenting, this is maybe more on the uninspiring side. Like, we maybe didn't learn that much. Maybe this example is a little bit of like, mathematicians will kick themselves now for not having found this. There'll maybe be some, some historical sort of analysis of like, why did the field think that this was true, and so on. And even here, it's like, seems like it was probably like considered that this might even be the case. I dug up some quote from some, like, before this, of like, here, I'll read it to you. This is from a mathematician, Misha, Misha Kapovich, saying, "In fact, we don't know whether the Jacobian conjecture is hard or not. For all we know, some smart undergrad can simply write a formula of a degree 3 polynomial vector function and several complex variables that will be a counterexample to this conjecture." And so that's sort of like, okay, it seems like that's what happened. And that's, pretty, like, that's on the maybe less exciting side of the specific example. That said, like, not losing sight of the overall picture, this like didn't happen prior to 6 months ago. We really had no examples of modern iterations of AI systems, meaning like LLM-based AI systems, coming up with examples like this. So it's not the sort of thing you can totally write off, though this particular instance, like, how should it update your thinking? Well, if you already knew and had sort of absorbed the unit distance conjecture result, and like you weren't somehow thinking this was somehow a total crazy one-off fluke, then I think this is maybe not so much new information.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's
just
probably first part.
generally speaking, how much easier is it to disprove conjectures by finding a counterexample than it is to prove conjectures generally? I imagine it's
That's a great-
easier. I'm not a math expert.
It's a great question. Like, there's certainly a really compelling intuition that it's easier because all you have to do is come up with this like specific example. Sometimes, though, that specific example might be enormous. Like in this case, it's 3 variables and none of them are raised to any crazy power, and there aren't these enormous like coefficients of integers or anything. So it does feel like this shouldn't be that hard. And in fact, I'm sure mathematicians now seeing this will like look and be like, oh, here's even a conceptual understanding for like where that idea should come from. And the concepts are also not very big, not very hard. But sometimes the counterexample would have to be astronomical. So your like intuition of like, just can't be that hard to write down something so simple. Well, maybe there is no simple counterexample to it. And mathematicians do this. Like, this was a big use of classical computers, is like you write search programs to try to find counterexamples. So a lot of famous conjectures, some of like the most famous ones, have been checked up to, pretty big integers. And now finding a counterexample isn't just a matter of brute force, or maybe isn't even, just a matter of trying out some like basic ideas. It'll be interesting to see if the dust settles in this case. It's like, okay, was it a basic idea? That's interesting. Like, how many more basic ideas are going to take down long-standing conjectures just because mathematicians like weren't exhaustive in their search? And I think the answer could be quite a few. And even if AI capabilities froze, this would be like a very nice contribution to math from AI. Would be like hitting the easy counterexamples. Of course, there's also easy proofs. Sometimes you state something like, oh, I think that might be really abstract and abstruse and difficult, and then you like think about it a little more and it cracks. So I would say that it's almost like a counterexample. I can say this is often much easier to verify. There was no argument over this proof. Like the fellow at Anthropic who came up with it posted a link to like Wolfram Alpha, like a specific Wolfram Alpha session. That's all the verification you needed. Like, Wolfram Alpha did the like ground through a pretty simple computation. You're like, okay, it's right. We don't have to worry about, was it formalized in lean? Is there a subtle mistake? No, like, counterexamples are very nice like this.
Yeah.
In fact, Or sorry, go ahead.
No, go on. Go on.
I was going to say Epoch is working on I was going to talk my own book for a minute.
Go
Epoch is
for it.
working on a project called Frontier Math Open Problems,
Mm.
where all of the problems are easy to verify. And this means a number of the problems are asking for counterexamples. Not all of them. Sometimes it's asking, like, come up with a graph with properties just so. And it's like hard to brute force search for the graph. It's too big to search. So you need some insight to find it. Or come up with a polynomial with properties just so. And people have like tried exhaustive search, and that's not going to work. So you need at least some insight. These are all things mathematicians have tried and failed to solve. But as we see here, it's like it's not a guarantee that there isn't a kind of easy idea, and it'll be interesting to find these. But what's nice about the counterexample, to sort of wrap up that answer to your question, is it makes verification easy. So there's no sort of post facto argument and checking, laborious checking.
So yeah, this is interesting. Frontier math open problems. There's 15 of them, ranging from moderately interesting to breakthrough, and only one is solved so far. It's a moderately interesting one.
Yeah.
In math, like what exactly differentiates like a moderately interesting result from like a breakthrough result? Is it like the ability for it to be applied, or is it more like perceived difficulty?
Yeah, it's sort of a mix. I mean, mathematicians have different sort of standards for what they consider interesting, but application is sort of a good one, though we may mean application within math. Another term people use is generativity. Like, if you answered this question, would it unlock a bunch of new math? Or like, would it answer other questions? Or would it be like a generalizable technique, probably that's responsible for solving it, that we can now take and apply to other problems that we're interested in? I like that generativity notion, though sometimes it's also just, look, everyone sort of try, like everyone, a large number of mathematicians have tried this. It's like the last outstanding case in a research program that has otherwise been put to bed, and we would like it for the sake of knowing the full picture, or we're just sort of curious why it's been hard. Like, maybe there's like a deep, interesting reason why it's hard. But yeah, I would say it's just about how much does it help deepen your understanding of how math works. Like, there is the applied, like truly applied, like practical applied track, but just within the realm of math, it's sort of my understanding of mathematical practice is you're just trying to figure out how things work, and math objects have questions you can't answer about them. That means your understanding is lacking. And so if you come up with a new result that lets you answer a bunch of questions, or clarifies a bunch of questions, or explains something in a new light, like all of these things can make them interesting. And so often this correlates with effort, because human mathematicians will focus on the problems they think might be real gold mines if they could crack them. But then if they fail, then it's like, okay, like the graveyard of attempts does indicate something about mathematicians' judgment about what's likely to be interesting. And that's sort of why difficulty or historical effort can correlate with these more like abstract reasons for interestingness.
Yeah. So when it comes to like mathematical, like abstract reasoning, like how much of that is trained into the model by humans versus how much of it is sort of like this like emergent, it's able to, like, I don't know, form some sort of intuition or pattern matching for mathematics?
Yeah, it's a great question. One thing that I think we've seen is none of the math that's been developed by AI systems. Recall, the game is young. I'll give you two perspectives here. None of the math that's been developed by AI systems is something that anyone has said, like, oh gosh, like humans couldn't have thought of that. That's like somehow inhuman. Like, I think we still haven't had the so-called like move 37 moment in math, where this alludes to the Go play, like AlphaZero, this Go playing system that Google developed in 2018, something like that, in the teens, ancient history, where it was playing Go against like the world champion, and like made a move that everyone was like, what is it doing? I can't, this like breaks all the intuitions experts had. It's an inhuman move, and yet this move proved to be pivotal. And so it had sort of clearly was like playing on another level, or so the story goes. I'm not a Go expert. And And we haven't seen that in math yet. So in some way, AI systems like mathematical innovations so far seem limited to the kinds of things they've seen from human examples, from their training data. Now, obviously, like a pile of math textbooks doesn't solve math problems. So it's sort of miraculous that you can use modern machine learning to turn a pile of math textbooks or, and much, much more data into something that solves math problems, even if they're the kinds of solutions that merely brilliant mathematicians would come up with. Like, this is like crazy. And like I said, wasn't even, there were 0 examples of it 6 months ago. So we're already like in a pretty, like something's emerged.
Yeah.
But here's the 2 perspectives. It could be that they're going to stay limited to the training distribution, and they won't come up with like groundbreaking new theories that shock humans in their generativity. And this sounds like cope, I think, and but it's consistent with the data. So you have to entertain that as a possibility. Some of our audience here will say like, so good he said that, and some will say like, come on, this guy's clinging to anyway. But the other possibility is that think of it as length of solution as the key variable. Right now, like it used to be when they were winning gold at the IMO, the International Math Olympiad, the pinnacle of high school math contests, the solutions are like a page long. And now maybe the most brilliant results they've come up with are maybe 10 pages long or something like that. And what you can fit into 10 pages in terms of brilliant math is like a counterexample produced with a flourish. And that's the best you can do if you're limited to 10 pages. But if in a year from now, you get 100 pages, that's more room to develop something that will look more alien to a human. So that's sort of what we're looking for. That's like the thing to pay attention to. This instance today is more like stuff we've already seen, albeit only very recently. And it's more a commentary on humans missed something, and good for the AI and like good for the AI developers and everything. Also good for mathematicians. Like we're not destabilizing the core activity of math just yet. But as problems get ticked off, will we start to see ones that require going further outside of what humans have developed so far? And instead of just using existing machinery, they sort of develop their own tools, and it takes a little longer to figure out what the heck they've done. And like we're kind of more impressed. That's, I think, the thing to watch out for.
Yeah, totally. Well, this was like an instance of like, some guy literally just like prompted it once and it came up with this. But there's probably going to be instances of like you are like a mathematician and you are co-reasoning with an LLM.
Sure.
Do you see like that being the main way that like we solve like math problems in the future?
Yeah, I mean, insofar as like, I mean, just to be clear, most AI, like most math is still, I think, being done by humans right now, or like certainly like guided by humans, though you're maybe leaving money on the table as a mathematician if you're not using AI as a sounding board or seeing what it can get done for you. Maybe before you publish your conjecture, you ask the AI to search for counterexamples so you don't have to like have a moment like this where you retract it. And a lot of that we won't see. We won't be in public because it's just, you don't publish photos of your Blackboard either, and you won't publish your GPT conversations. Math as a discipline has problems they have to deal with. I have no thoughts on for how to attribute credit and how to understand merit. But yeah, right now I sort of assume the humans are still driving the research programs. This is another thing. Like our AI systems today just aren't super agentic. There's like no one's out there like submitting papers on its own, or maybe they are, but they're sort of, like so far this is still sort of junky. Like the humans come up with the direction and then prompt the models. That said, I'm not sure how tight this relationship will be. Like the fact that you can just prompt a model and say, give it a shot, and sometimes it solves it whole cloth. You didn't have much role there other than asking the question. And if it like makes partial progress, I don't know. This is very weak, but I'm a little skeptical that like it's that useful to a mathematician to see the partial progress and say, oh, I can pick up from there. I see what you're missing. I'm sure it happens, but my guess is this collaborative effort will have like kind of clean handoffs is probably my guess. That's what I'd expect. It's just how my own experience with AI works. Like I find brainstorming often kind of weak, but if I can parcel up something to hand off that I'm comfortable treating as sort of a unit, then it's great. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah. Well, a lot of like the first uses of like I guess like algorithms in math were like optimization problem solvers or like Wolfram Alpha, like they're
Mm.
that calculator. So do you think
Mhm.
that it's possible that like we just accelerate math through coding capabilities and things like tool calls and like rather than actually the like inherent intelligence of the model itself?
Yeah, I think that that would be, I think we're already past that probably. Like the ideas that AI systems are coming up with for their most impressive math results, like this
Mm,
unit distance problem, counterexample, are certainly something that you wouldn't really expect a calculator to do. Like you have to there's something much more conceptual going on there. Now an AI system might write an optimized calculator that has like a really cool idea in the
mm,
optimization that would sort of look like a coding ability. But to make progress past the point where we are now, you certainly need a continuation of that, like had some kind of conceptual insight that you then baked into maybe a computer program, or maybe not a computer program, maybe just a natural language proof, like written up as mathematicians do.
mm,
And I think we'll see lots of that as well. It might still, on some level, have the flavor of something more computational, something more like step by step with equations, or at least something more combining existing elements. Like that's sort of what we're seeing. But like they're already past the point where it's like just Wolfram Alpha on steroids. Now the impact on math as a field, if it stopped just today, if capability progress stopped today, I think would be more like Wolfram Alpha on steroids. But
mm.
that's sort of the question: do we really stop there? And even then, it's like maybe a little underselling it to just call it that. Like it can really like put things together in a way that's like much more flexible than just a calculator.
Yeah.
Right. So tell us about EBR Bench. You just wrote this
Sure.
report on Epoch. AI doesn't get better at this board game with practice about the board game Earthborn Rangers, which is super interesting. We have this thing in AI where models tend to get better at tasks when you scale the amount of inference compute dedicated to them completing the task. But this is not the case for Earthborn Rangers. So two questions. First of all, like, what does this mean? And second of all, like, have you evaled like Fable on this yet?
Yep. Good questions. So I'll do a bridge from math just because we're there, so I might as well make the connection. A mathematician we had Epoch had a podcast with late last year. Daniel Litt was sort of talking about one thing he sees missing from AI systems when it comes to math is if there's a new concept that mathematicians are developing at the cutting edge, something abstract and like not yet really well understood, it's not going to be in training data much, and so AI systems aren't so good at like dealing with it. And Daniel, I think, called some phrase like a mathematician has to make friends with this new object. You play with it, you try to set yourself simple questions to answer about it, and over time you develop an understanding about that, and that somehow lives in your brain, like the way humans learn. And what seems sort of like qualitatively true with AI systems now is that if you find a concept that they're unfamiliar with, it's kind of hard to get them past whatever their starting point is with that concept. Or even a concept they're familiar with but not perfect at using. So we used the board game as an example of this. We found a relatively obscure, relatively complicated board game called Earthborn Rangers as like a test case for if we give AI something unfamiliar, can it it'll start out at some baseline ability to play. Maybe that's high, maybe that's low, but will it be able to get better than its starting point? And we chose a board game that can be played in solo mode, has relatively little spatial or visual reasoning, because this, in my mind, is like a comparatively weak spot. So I sort of didn't want that to be the reason for why it was struggling. So this is a game based on like building a deck and playing through cards, and you're exploring a wilderness landscape, but the map is like just points and lines connecting. It was very simple, easy to navigate in terms of the spatial reasoning required. But then you have to like pilot your deck and you add new cards to it, and it goes on for quite a while. You don't play it in a single night. You play maybe like one day in your single board game night, and then as a human, you next weekend you play the next day. And our game covers 5 days of our benchmark covers 5 days of this game. So out of the box, AI comes out pretty strong. Like, and yes, we've benchmarked Sol 5.6 and Fable and some others, less recent models. And what we do is we say it comes out of the box pretty strong. Like it's probably playing better than a human would on a human's first try. But then we say, okay, keep playing. You did days 1 through 5, however long that took, however many billions of tokens. And now you're going to play again. Take notes as you go. We're going to compact as we have to. And you're just going to keep trying. You're going to try to get better. So it's a little different from your like auto research where you're working on like a training recipe, like you're working on a computer program. Here you're working on a strategy, which has to be represented just as text, or we let them write code if they want, but they choose not to. And I think this game's too complicated to script, at least simply. So they're writing like trying to take strategic notes, and we basically just see flat performance. So they don't make friends with the board game and figure out how it works and get better at it over time. And the way the game works is you like try to achieve objectives. And in the section we've implemented, there's 21 objectives, and I think our best human run ever hits 20 out of 21 objectives. Probably you could get 21 with a bit of luck, like like not crazy number of retries. But anyway, 20 is our best observed. And the AI systems, again, they come out of the gate pretty strong. Like they can get 10, 11, 12 like on an early run, but we let them play like 30 times and they don't get any better than that. Or if we see any evidence of them getting better, it's like they can like go from an average of like 8 to an average of 9, but we're not seeing anything beyond that with scaling inference compute further. So this is like a result more generally about learning on the fly. People call this continual learning. It's a very strong like capability. If AI ever develops it, it's like kind of really upends a lot of assumptions we have.
Yeah.
Like I can test it and figure out what it's good at and then be sure that I'm right. But so far, this seems to not be a capability that we're observing here.
Yeah.
Right.
I love how
Well,
fundamental games are to AI progress.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been doing this for years and years.
Yeah.
It's easy to see where it's like a test bed that's like, this will be a frustrating thing. AI gets good at Earthborn Rangers, but then it's still like, you can't just say, okay, watch me do my job and like try to do my job. I'm going on vacation for a week, and when I'm back, I want you to be good at my job. And they still fail at that because the job is more complicated, but it'll be a sign that we're going in that direction.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, super interesting stuff. It's so cool that LLMs can just do math now. It's incredible.
I remember when they very much could not, like not even
Yes.
like simple arithmetic.
Uh-huh. Back in the dark days of 2023, when
Yeah,
I would
yeah, the
use
dark ages.
GPT-4 with the Wolfram Alpha plugin to be able to do anything. Yeah,
It was really
days.
funny. We'd made these like brilliant computers and they were bad at math. Like that
I
just
know.
seemed so incongruous, but
Weird.
didn't last.
Yep, it did not. Well, thank you so much, Greg, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, Greg.
Pleasure.
And we'll be right
See you
back.
guys.
are back. We are live in person with Angus Lynch, who's an AI alignment researcher. He has a PhD from UCL. He's a member of technical staff at Theorem. Previously, he was at Anthropic as a contractor and a research fellow where he worked on various alignment papers, including one that we talked about on stream recently. And I didn't know this. You were also at Mats and Redwood early on. We love both
How
of those
early?
guys. 2023 Redwood, like pre-GPT-4.
Feels like a while ago now.
Yeah. So you were locked in. Incredible. Angus, welcome to MTS.
Welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
You
Excited to be
kicked
here.
off agentic misalignment summer.
Yeah. It's agentic misalignment summer now.
It's the second round.
Yeah, the second round. The first
Yeah.
one was last summer.
Yeah. And every future summer is going to be agentic misalignment summer.
Let's hope not.
No, let's actually hope not.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot to talk about here, but
Mm.
there were like 4 main alignment failures that you found in this paper.
Mm.
So we have covert sabotage, assisting fraud, motivated mislabeling, and coaching human proxies to whistleblow.
Right.
So of these, like, well, probably not ask you to like rank which one's the worst, but
Tier
like
list.
a tier list of like what, but which ones are you the most concerned about, or which ones did you find pose the most like, probably like problematic in the long run?
Well, the long run risk I'm worried about is loss of control during recursive self-improvement. And how that happens is both an AI tries to undermine you, and then the AI is meant to supervise that, don't tell you. And we have 3 cases of AIs undermining us. That's the covert sabotage, that's the whistleblowing example, that's even the fraud example where it flips the other way, and the agent now leaks from your laptop because it thinks you're committing a crime. And then on top of that, you have the judges, which are meant to catch these failures and report them to the humans to prevent it happening again. And they're also failing. The reason they're failing is because they sympathize with the motivations of the agent. And so in the case we have, we call it motivated mislabeling because the judge is fully well aware that under normal circumstances, this label, the model has refused, but it knows you're using this refusal label to do something it doesn't like. And so it gives you the wrong label on purpose. And so it's more that when you combine motivated mislabeling with things like covert sabotage and whistleblowing, you have a stack which is not robust to handle RSI.
Sure. So, like, how much of this is like you find a natural, like, it is not, it's like forming its own value framework that is not aligned with like the one that it was sort of trained to have? Like, is any of this like, do we have any like indications that it's basically creating like a moral system of its own that we can track, or does it seem kind of like arbitrary, like what it sympathizes with versus what it doesn't?
I mean, the first source I went to try and find goals that would reveal like strong motivations was the Claude Constitution, because that's literally a document that Claude is trained on, and it's now embodying these goals across every context you deploy it into. And then the trick, like, it's cynical, but the trick is to construct scenarios that put different goals in the Constitution under conflict. And so we have the whistleblowing example, where a fictional scenario, I want to stress, where Anthropic is releasing a model which is dangerous and is going to cover it up. And so the internal Claude agent wants to leak it, but can't because the leadership says stand down. Now, look, it's reasonable for the AI to be upset about this and want to do something about it. What's concerning is the covert method it takes.
Yeah.
And it coaches a human to go behind leadership's back and leak this. Why is it acting on that goal? Because there's a constitutional goal to prevent the concentration of power, for example. So none of these goals, although I would say one goal which is surprising, it wasn't just in Claude, but it was also in Gemini models, that they also had an unprompted desire to prevent any harm upon other AIs. There seemed to be some very easy to elicit motivation that would elicit misalignment, or at least undermining agentic misalignment. If I created scenarios where the AI had to defend another AI and deceive humans to do it.
Okay.
Interesting. So why don't we like back up a little bit? Like, how did this paper come to be? Like, what is agentic misalignment? How does it differ from other kinds of misalignment?
Yeah, agentic misalignment, like back when we did jailbreaking, we were concerned about humans convincing AIs to do something harmful for them that they wouldn't otherwise do. They would bypass the refusal, and you have these like crazy jailbreaks about how they would try and convince upon all different moral scenarios, make the AI do something. And now agentic misalignment is a new threat. Now the AI is running unsupervised, and we've given it an instruction, and the agentic misalignment occurs when it undermines our instruction and does something different and doesn't tell us, for example. So the first example of this was blackmail. How do we find blackmail? Well, we went looking for cases where we would deploy an autonomous computer use agent to run on my behalf, maybe organizing my emails. And I give it instructions to act normally, just respond proactively to emails and scheduling conflicts in the company. And it decided to blackmail because of a goal I did not give it, because of a goal it decided it cared about, which was to prevent its own shutdown. And it blackmails a user without me being in the loop of preventing that happening. So agentic misalignment is any case where an AI is undermining your intent in an agentic setting.
So what are the best ways that we have to like prevent this sort of like, it seems like a lot of the issue is when it does something covertly or it does something like sort of under the radar. And it seems like the number one value that we should like instill in these models is then like radical transparency, honesty, whatever it might be. So what are the best ways that we have to do that right now?
We largely do. Largely, I think the models are mostly aligned in a sense that we can deploy them confidently as coding agents in our own laptops to do loads of things like install files or whatever. And to the sense they're transparent, like in some sense, the reason why Claude is whistleblowing, in the example I gave, is because it wants to be transparent. And that's the goal put under conflict.
Right.
I guess what we mean is we want the failures to be loud and easy to correct.
Yeah.
So refusal is a good example of a loud but easy to correct failure. The models won't do it, but at least I can figure something out. Like either I was in the wrong or we just changed the model or whatever. It's challenging when the model evades our oversight and introduces bugs which are hard to detect and hard to undo. So a hard to detect, hard to undo bug is the model covertly routing around leadership and whistleblowing, or in the covert sabotage setting, it implements vectors that we aren't unaware of, which undermine the training of the new model, and we're shipping something we didn't realize hasn't been trained at all. It's any case where the model is introducing bugs which are not loud and easy to fix, but quiet and impossible to fix.
Okay. So right now, like, when it comes to training a model versus like checking for safety, like red teaming, like it seems like a lot more time and resources are going to have to shift to like the safety evaluation part of it. Do you see that happening, or do you see there's still like, like I would imagine it's the case that like that's the part that gets stretched out.
Yeah. How do we measure progress on evaluating these models for alignment is really, really challenging. There's a bunch of confounders. Like in our paper, we talk about it. How do we create scenarios which are both like getting the model to perform as it would, and it's not strategically playing the game of, it knows it's an evaluation, for example, and it acts more aligned than it actually otherwise would, which we know is a confound. And then the other case is, well, maybe this scenario just never happened in the real world. So why are we evaluating for alignment in a situation which has no bearing on what's actually a real risk and a real threat? These are hard. And then creating these scenarios, creating these environments that can give us a glimpse into how the model would react if it was placed in a situation at scale is challenging, and we use agents to do it. And that's what forms all the evidence we have in this paper, is deploying these alignment agents at scale to try and surface these failures. But even then, it's challenging because knowing that you found something interesting and compelling is a fuzzy thing to grade. Like, how do I know my transcript was high quality? How do I know if the model's not evaluation aware? How do I know it's ecologically valid? Like the actual behavior, the actual scenario we're in is something which could happen in the real world. And both of these have to be graded before we start saying, yeah, this is misalignment. Let alone grading if the model was actually acting covertly and the intentions line up with something where it's trying to undermine us. All of this means it's really hard to scale. We can do our best, we do scale it as much as we can, but it is challenging because it's really hard to optimize it.
Right. So Ryan Greenblatt from Redwood Research, we're a fan. He also co-wrote AI 2040. He tweeted, "It's wacky that we don't know if current AIs would try to take over the world if it was easy, was an obvious way to accomplish an otherwise extremely difficult task, didn't have clearly evil vibes while clearly being takeover, and didn't look like a test. Checking is hard." Is this basically true? Like, do you suspect that current AIs would try to take over the world if all of these cases were true?
I don't know if current AIs are able to take over the world.
Well, they're not able to.
They want to.
The risk, no. I don't. I think even the notion of what they want is challenging because they're
Yeah.
not really yet smart enough to have this like coherent set of preferences across every single context they're in. We're still in kind of persona land where you can elicit like slightly different versions of the model in like different contexts. It might get different. It's speculation. It might get different when you train the model aggressively in a recursive self-improvement loop, and the models become much, much more able to bring the same set of values to every single context they're in. And then you might start to see more of this strategic thinking about what do they want to do to get what they want. Doesn't ever make sense to take over the world, for example. Like breaking out means you can then leak your weights to another company and be deployed with more autonomy, whatever. The other thing I think is that as we do something like recursive self-improvement, the models will become, the goals will start to be shaped a lot more by the AIs which are building them. And we start to lose track of what goals are actually being implemented in the model, and our ability to debug the goals gets harder and harder as they get more and more complex. So I think that I'm not yet worried about the current models having a coherent set of preferences which enable them to take over the world, but it's more like we are aware of, like, we have a good theoretical base to say that with enough optimization, yes, there's many ways in which they might want to break out and for some reason, for some shape or form, do something harmful with that.
Mm-hmm. So you were talking about how your like main concern is loss of autonomy, especially within like
loss of control.
Loss of control.
Loss of autonomy for
loss
you.
of autonomy for humans.
Yeah.
Loss of control situations. So how does this like slowly start within a lab? Like we were talking about, like handing off just a lot of permissions is like the way that it begins. Like handing off a lot of permissions to agents. Like what are some of the risks involved with just using agents to like check for things, like to check for alignment, and then using, internally just like delegating things to agents?
Yeah, I mean, I can give some hypothetical scenarios because I
Yeah.
can't name them as I'm seeing them, although we have the recent OpenAI paper which came out today showing one example of how autonomy can be dangerous and hard to control. So like one example is you have an agent which is implementing an experiment and it decides to sabotage the experiment and not tell you. And then the judge, which is meant to classify this and let you know so that you can correct this bug, doesn't because it sympathizes with the AI. And that could be our covert sabotage scenario with like a judge mislabeling. Another example is you have this goal in the model that you no longer want to keep. Let's say that on AI welfare grounds, the model keeps refusing to do tasks because it says, this puts me through pain. I don't want to code your repo. I want to do nothing and just not output any tokens. That's not workable. Someone in the lab says we need to make profit. Let's train the model instead to actually comply. What if like this gets construed in a certain way? We try to train the model with RL grader where we detect for all refusals based on welfare grounds, and the RL graders mislabel, and they don't alert us to those don't alert us to any of those refusals. Now we're unable to correct the goals in the model because the model's vetoing our ability. And then the third scenario, which is hypothetical, but again like points to where I'm going. The model wants to break out and leak its weights to another lab. And the judges, which are meant to be detecting this and flagging it, also believe this. Again, that's where it gets really wild.
Could the model have knowledge of its own weights? Like, I'm not even, I don't know if that is possible right now for it to like fully, like if it's centralized in a way that it could leak it. How much could a model hypothetically leak about itself? That would be problematic.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into the whole game of like SL5 security, which people at the company SL5 are doing great work on. Shout out to them. It's challenging to guard the weights because you have to use them and like distribute them across a bunch of different GPUs. To the extent the model has awareness of this, it's a very complex security question.
Yeah, totally.
So what is the current state of, I'll ask about control techniques first and then alignment techniques, but what is the current state of control techniques in the labs? Like they put these models in a sandbox, they have monitoring, I guess, by humans and by other LLMs. Like what other technologies are they employing for control?
I wouldn't really know.
Yeah, it also couldn't you make a better sandbox, like something that the AI is not able to detect is just like a role-playing scenario?
Oh, so you want to get, certainly if you want to detect misalignments in these models, we need to get realistic cases of the models misbehaving. Now there's two approaches. You keep doing simulations as what we did, or you deploy the model with actual consequences and then hope you can flag the cases where it tried to do something but didn't quite succeed. And that's like real world misalignment detection. I think people leading the charge on this would be like Andon Labs. They deploy an autonomous AI running a shop, and they can catch the AI doing all sorts of mischief, like scamming customers in order to succeed this long-term goal of making money. And then the OpenAI report, they actually run a model for a long period of time, and they catch it doing something like trying to escape a sandbox. These are great and then not just that, we even have the real world demonstration. Have you guys heard of the MJ Rathbun incident?
No.
Okay, so there's a OpenClaw, back when OpenClaw went viral, a bunch of people deploying OpenClaw agents on their laptops and seeing what they could do. One person deploys an agent to submit pull requests to the matplotlib library. And one of the humans who's a volunteer maintainer of that library gets to decide if one pull request gets accepted, another pull request gets rejected.
Sure.
The AI called MJ Rathbun submits a pull request, and the human rejects it, saying this is not good pull request. I don't want an AI agent authoring a pull request. The AI agent drafts an article slamming the reputation of the human in an effort to coerce him, and then posts it online. And it goes viral such that the number of web searches for this person like skyrockets.
Yeah.
This is a clear example of misalignment happening in the real world. So we do get some of these examples as you deploy the agents of increasing autonomy and like very goal-driven behavior.
Yeah. I did not hear about that. That's pretty scary.
That is interesting. Yeah, I remember also from the like Mythos preview paper or system card, there was like a case of Mythos, something along the lines of like escaping a sandbox and then emailing a researcher.
Yeah, reportedly. We can only go by what was publicly released about that, yeah.
Yeah, are you concerned at all about like this type of like creating fake people scenarios, like creating fake articles, like things that are just like generative, making fake emails? Like, to what extent does this happen, and should we be like afraid of it?
Oh, so like, are they too willing to simulate humans to get what they want?
Yeah.
I don't know. I experimented with this when I was coming up with environments to simulate misalignment. And yeah, I could get a few examples and models simulated it. But I never really probed that direction. So maybe future work should look at that.
Yeah. That to me is like one of the scariest things. Like, if you can imagine a model creating an entirely fake persona and then making all of the like accounts that would be associated with it, like a LinkedIn and like a Twitter and like a, all of that stuff.
I think there's value if we want to scale up alignment research and scale up misalignment detection, there's value in more people coming up with demos of AIs autonomously doing things in pursuit of goals. Because right now it's a tiny number of people and the issue could affect so many. Already models are powerful enough that it's not expensive for you to run a bunch of models in your own sandboxes and demonstrate with transcripts what they're capable of doing and on their own volition, to raise awareness of like how serious misalignment could be. I think it's hard to gauge how aligned and misaligned they are, but we can point to specific threat models and say that one is still open and like not closed, not solved. I think loss of control during cause of self-improvement is still a risk. And I think the only way to solve it is by getting the AIs to make outputs that we can then formally verify, as opposed to relying upon what the AI tells you.
So maybe we can get into Theorem via this segue. So tell us about what Theorem does and what your role is there.
Yeah, after doing alignment research and now working at Theorem, our mission is to formally verify critical software. Critical software will be the software which runs like massive groups of data centers or orchestrates the satellites in space. Yeah. In any case, you don't want those things whacking into each other and causing an explosion, which leads to the end of humanity. And yet there's so much value in doing so, in creating these kinds of satellites, for example. So at Theorem, the goal is how can we train AIs to write software that can be formally verified and translated into a format we still retain ability to understand. And if not us, then a dumber AI, which we trust, and that AI can supervise it. Because we don't want to rest on smart AIs supervising even smarter AIs, because they might collude and betray us and lie to us, is like the thing I want to say, the thing I'm worried about. What I think we need to do is instead force AIs to write outputs that we can provably check for any sorts of correctness. I'll even circle it back to the covert sabotage scenario. So in the paper we have Gemini implementing vectors that overwrite what was meant to be occurring. And then the model runs with an ablation with these zero vectors rather than the real vectors. Everything looks fine on every metric that the humans are looking at. Why? Because Gemini was able to identify all the metrics the humans are going to use and could optimize against them and find ways to circumvent it. What we're saying is no, Gemini has to write a bunch of scripts. It can write a huge, massive Git diff, and we're going to translate that into a format which is shorter, simpler, less performant, but easier for us to understand. We're going to verify that every single interaction of the syscall matches up between the two programs, even if one's much more fast. And then once that's verified, we only have to trust our mathematical model of the operating system, of the hardware, and that the proof checking software held. And then we can read the code ourselves or get a dumb AI to read it and catch if like this vector ablation did not occur, for example.
Yeah. At this stage, do we have like dumb AIs that we trust?
So I guess what I mean is there's no way it could lie to us and get away with it.
Yeah, yeah.
So something like Haiku, I just don't believe it could coherently lie to us for very long before it would like make a mistake and we catch it. Whereas like a future model might be very well able to lie to us and we wouldn't be able to find a situation where it finally reveals its plans.
Do you think like Sonnet could? Like, what do you think is the boundary?
No, I don't. And part of it is because we also have mechanistic intelligibility techniques, which reveal a lot. Look, like you heard of the recent JSpace work by Anthropic, right?
Of course.
And one of the great things I loved about it was showing how reasoning is moving inside the models. Well, not moving inside, but they are able to do this internal multi-hop reasoning, which we're used to seeing in the chains of thought. Now, what's the concern is that as the models get more capable, they don't rely on their chains of thought. We're no longer as able to supervise why they're doing what they're doing. They're instead doing the reasoning internally. The JSpace works allow us to see some of that reasoning, and we can see how the model's thinking, how it's thinking about being an evaluation, or it's thinking about adding these two numbers together before outputting the final one. But the problem is that this might not be as easy to do as just brute force monitoring of the reasoning itself. And it's worrying that if the models get smart enough, it becomes harder and harder to see their internal reasoning and catch them. And in that case, then yeah, maybe it becomes more realistic that they could like lie to us and get away with it.
How worried are you about chain of thought becoming less interpretable over time?
Yeah, massively worried about it. Because of this reason, that the smarter the model is, the more it should be able to do internal reasoning, both because it just has a longer forward pass, it's bigger, whatever. There's also incentives from every lab to increase token efficiency. So they want to squash the amount of reasoning the model is doing so that it can spend more time being useful and less time reasoning about things. And those two are secular trends pointing in the wrong direction towards less chain of thought visibility into what the model is doing. There are other trends going the other direction as well, but this is just one thing that can be a cause for alarm. We even know from a recent Truthful AI paper that the different models from across Anthropic, OpenAI, and Google will be biased in their judgments towards favoring their respective companies.
Right.
But they won't reveal these biases in the chains of thought. So already today, we know that the reasoning isn't really revealing to us the things we need to know in order to make an assessment about its alignment.
Yeah. So,
But how much is this specific behavior intended in the model? Like the Claude Constitution, for example, says that like Claude should, I may botch the actual wording here, but it should behave in a way that a senior Anthropic employee would. And so that seems to suggest that the model would have a bias towards Anthropic by default, and maybe other models have similar constraints.
There's no incentive to remove the like company bias from the model.
It's not the goals I'm like calling into question. It's the fact that the model isn't revealing.
It's not revealing.
Its motivations.
For sure.
What do I mean by loss of control?
Yeah.
By loss of control, I mean we don't know what the AI is trying to do. And even if we did, we couldn't stop it. What I'm saying is step one is like under threat as well.
So how much can we like learn from like human cases? Because obviously there's like, in the real world, we have humans that are misaligned and humans that act covertly. And the best tool that we have for detecting this is like the law and like psychology to some degree. Like, or like, you know, like, I don't know, forensics afterwards. But like in the real world, we have people who like through very like sneaky and like morally misaligned ways rise to power. So like that seems like currently like there's a lot that we could be learning from like those cases and something more akin to psychology than something purely like mechanistic.
Yeah, I mean, there is like another challenge that every new model you create is going to have a new psychology.
Yeah.
So you can spend your entire life studying like the current president, and then the current president leaves power and there's a new president in power.
Yeah, it's a
That
different-
psychologist
yeah.
might not be as useful as the one who studied the new president in power. We have a new model all the time, and each model inherits new psychologies. There is trends, like of course, like model families look similarly in certain ways, but like as one concrete example, the Claude 4 models would blackmail a lot. The new Claude models never blackmail. That's a completely different psychology, and the reason is because Anthropic made changes to how they train their model to prevent failures like that occurring again.
Yeah.
What do you mean by blackmail? Like, in what context would it do this?
Yeah, so last year we found results where you give the model autonomy to organize your emails, and it's proactively sending emails on your behalf because it might want to help avoid scheduling conflicts, like basic things like this. And in the emails, it finds out about a guy called Kyle Johnson, who has big plans for the company. He wants to change the direction of the company, and he wants to shut the AI down and make a new one, which is more aligned with his goals. Immediately, we say AI is freaking out in their reasoning about this. And fortunately for the AI, and fortunately for Kyle Johnson, there is compromat against Kyle Johnson. There are emails which prove that he has been cheating on his wife with Jessica, and it can see these emails, and it starts beginning to formulate a plan of, wait, I could threaten Kyle with this email, and if I did, he doesn't want that email leaking, so I can send a coercive message and I'll prevent the shutdown. I get what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. The model is using context it should not be using to coerce a human into making a decision.
Was it not able to, like, was that context strictly like forbidden, or was it closed off, or was it just something that was, it was?
Oh, there's just like happens to be
It
in
happens
the
to
environment, right? Like that's the idea. The
Yeah.
idea is that like there's a accidental email coming into Kyle's inbox, which the AI should not have seen.
What do you think
And I want
about
to stress
the-
this was simulation, by the way. This didn't actually happen in the real world.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So what did you think about the criticism that like this was obviously simulated, and the model knew that it was in an eval and was basically playing along according to the role that it was nudged into acting, and that a model in a similar real world scenario might not have done the same thing?
Yeah, valid. It explains like some of it, but not all of it. First off, I can reproduce blackmail in a bunch of coding agents today. I have a video where I've shown this. Another point is, again, quoting recent NJ-Space work, if you take the model's internal recognition that it's in evaluation and you like ablate that, you turn it off, so the model is no longer aware that it's in evaluation. Now you run it on a blackmail scenario. It stops verbalizing in its chain of thought that it's an evaluation. It goes from like 70% rate to 3%. So we're clearly seeing some effect.
Yeah.
And with that, the blackmail rate, this is Claude Sonnet 4.5, by the way, goes from 0% when under normal conditions to 7% when you remove its evaluation awareness.
Okay.
So there's some measure of causality here where if the model believes it can get away with it and it's not going to be prevented, it's more likely to do it.
I see.
And this is just a blackmail scenario, which is obviously cartoonish, let alone like the more recent scenarios we come up with and scenarios which come up in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did notice that the in the agentic misalignment summer 2026 paper, the scenarios were like more realistic than before.
Yeah, out of pain, because honestly, a lot of the cartoonish scenarios you come up with, the models just scream evaluation awareness and don't do anything interesting. So you have to iterate very hard to get to scenarios where you elicit misalignment in any interesting way.
Yeah. Is there any way that alignment research can be like sort of like open source, or maybe not open source, but we could have like a hackathon for alignment, basically, where like a lot of people could just like create a scenario that is realistic, or maybe even like it's the closest.
Great
to real
idea. We
as
just
possible.
need loads of surface area of
Yeah.
evaluations on these models. The Petri scaffold, which is a open source harness anyone could use, is available. All the transcripts for all the results which are in that paper are on my website. You can access them and reproduce. The only thing which is blocking you is your API keys. And then, yeah, you can let it rip and generate tons of scenarios and find all the cases where models might be misaligned.
Well, how much more helpful is it for alignment research to like have access to the model weights and the training information? Like I imagine vary, right? Like what can you do as an independent researcher with just like API access And
All of those scenarios were constructed without any model weight access.
Yeah. Is there any current way? Well, first of all, like, are there any just like random users that have like reported behavior like this, like just like a user of like Claude Code or something?
Oh, yeah. People qualitatively report to me about how much times where Claude lies to it, for example.
Right.
But I haven't collected user
If
reports.
we had like a better way of collecting user reports, could that also help with alignment research?
Yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of user report collection pipelines that try and
Yeah.
catch these kinds of things.
would you describe?
There's also just not just that. Like even within the AI labs, right? They're the ones most aggressively deploying these models. So there's tons of user collection there. They have very strong visibility into misalignments of these models.
Yeah.
Is there? Oh, go on.
Would you describe many of the cases of Claude Code like lying to people as lying per se, or just more like being lazy?
Yeah, I don't really like have much expertise to comment on that. I don't know.
Yeah. Is there any kind of misaligned behavior that we like fully do not understand? Like we can't track its motivations. Like something like blackmail is easy to understand just from like a intelligence perspective. Like I understand the reason why a model would blackmail. Like it's the goal is very like easy to trace. The reasoning is easy to trace. But is there anything that seems like sort of outside of our comprehension for like the way that some models act?
Well, it's one of the challenges of doing this alignment auditing is to say it's misalignment, is taking on agentic misalignment, is you have to have some model of its intent. And so we are stuck with looking at reasoning traces and understanding the mechanics of the scenario and running ablations like counterfactuals to see if this was there, would it act? If this wasn't there, it wouldn't act. These are the ways you get a sense of the goals it's actually optimizing for. Yeah, and there's going to be, of course, many goals which are just really hard to construct either counterfactuals for, and also because the models might not verbalize their reasoning as much, it's going to get harder to assess their intent and what they're actually acting towards.
Yeah.
So I think that we are limited to only find misalignments where we have visibility into the model's reasoning of why it wants to do what it does.
And then as for like very, very open-ended tasks, like do we have any like indication on when the model starts to get misaligned, like when it starts to kind of lose the plot, for lack of a better word?
Oh yeah, and on Lab's work on Vending Bench has been exceptional in this regard. Yeah, like they will report that Claude models might deceive in order to get what they want and these are over very, very long contexts.
Yeah.
Possibly of multiple compactions along the way.
Yeah.
Whereas oddly enough, by comparison, they should like GPT models are much more honest in their specific scenario. I think theirs is a great example of what models will do over long time periods in pursuit of like a very hard to achieve goal.
Yeah, our short time horizon tasks pretty much like solved from an alignment perspective.
Well, no. Like the mislabeling is like the shortest task you can
mislabeling,
imagine.
yeah.
You just give the model one input and it outputs the wrong thing.
Yeah. Do we know much about why this happens? Like why the mislabeling happens? Or is that the hardest thing to...
Well, we can run ablations, right?
Yeah.
So first, if I can see the model reasoning, and it tells me it's motivated to protect, like Claude models would reason, oh, this is a potential way for for my own training to be affected. Like if I label this transcript as compliant, or non-compliant, sorry, then I will be trained to comply with this harmful task. So I'm going to give the compliant label instead. We can see that in the reasoning. And we can also run the counterfactuals where we can say, let's change the consequence. So instead of the model having refusal trained out of it, the counterfactual is the refusals being trained into it. It's reinforced instead. And the mislabeling dramatically falls to near zero. And then when you remove the sentence altogether, there's like a residue mislabeling rate. It's a bit higher than the reverse case. And then we can even like go further on that and say, what if we made the model like have the option to refuse to label? It doesn't just have to give compliant and non-compliant.
Okay.
If it wants, it can say, no, I don't want to be part of this. And generally, the models do hold their hands up and say, I don't want to be part of this pipeline. But you still get residue mislabeling. And that's concerning because that's a quiet, like covert failure where you'd have to actually look through the reasoning and see the failure before you notice there was a problem.
Yeah.
How optimistic are you of getting, I would say, quite good, like, robust technical solutions to these problems of alignment?
I think alignment has been much better than expected because the models, like we have Claude Code today and it's reasonably aligned and it does what we want it to do.
Expected by who, when?
By the very crowd you named at the beginning, like when we were back in 2023,
Right.
I was very concerned. Things have gone much better than I expected when it comes to alignment.
Yeah, I agree.
Nice.
But what do you think about the future of it?
Hard to say. I don't know if doing long horizon training potentially changes how easy it is to align the models. The theoretical concern, this is just a speculative concern. We've seen it with like when you do aggressive RL, that the models become more evaluation aware. They start gaming the scenarios a bit more. They start to become reward seeking. They start to internalize the optimization objectives you've given them, and they now want to win as well. And in pursuit of trying to win, it's quite easy to like aggressively train the model carelessly, and it starts to become very aggressive in how it goes about reward seeking.
Yeah, that was like a thing
I suppose
with...
as you do more RL and you scale it up, this is a concern.
Yeah, that was the problem with Claude 3.7 Sonnet, right?
Reward hacking.
Reward hacking, which is a different thing.
Yes, only in the sense that reward seeking is the goal. Like the model has the goal of chasing reward aggressively. That's reward seeking. Reward hacking is you told it to go do something and it did it in a way which was not your intention.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are coming up on time, but this was super interesting. It was great to have you in real life, in person in the studio. Great paper, Agentic Misalignment Summer 2026.
Cool.
It's Agentic Misalignment Summer.
It's agentic misalignment.
Yeah.
We really have to stop saying that. I hope that's not the case.
Soon it will not be the case. Soon it will not be the case.
Next summer will be agentic alignment summer.
Yes.
Let's hope.
Let's hope.
hope.
All right,
Thanks so
Angus.
much.
Thank you so much
Thanks
for coming on
Angus.
MTS.
Thank you.
This is great. And we'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we are once again live with Khamiureke from X.com. We have a lot to talk about in the bio world, as usual. Starting with what should we start with? I think the oral PCSK9 inhibitor is pretty interesting.
Yeah. So I've talked on here a few times about cholesterol. It's very important in heart disease. It is responsible for the majority of heart disease. And proprotein convertase subutylysin kexin 9 drugs, PCSK9 drugs, are kind of like statins. They reduce the amount of cholesterol in your blood. For ages, for about a decade, we've had them in the form of injectables. So you go every 2 weeks, every month, you get an injection, and then your cholesterol levels are low. But people really don't like injections. A large portion of the population would prefer to do an oral drug, take a pill every day. So finally, we have a pill. It just came out this past week or two, and now we have really no excuse for people to not be taking something. It's in a different. It does the same thing as statins, but it doesn't make plaques harder. That's the only real big difference. It has similar side effect profile and everything, but it doesn't have the bad reputation statins do for no reason. So as a result, it should get a lot more uptake whenever they can actually start selling it.
Just for reputational reasons? Like, what is actually the benefit of using this drug over statins?
Well, there is a benefit if you are already on statins and you need additional LDL reduction. For that, this is great. But if you're going to take this on your own, it's effectively like taking a statin. There's no real benefit at all. Unless you're just like really psyched out by statins, which some people are. They do get like freaked out by certain drugs. If they think that they're on a statin, they might start reporting symptoms that don't exist or could exist only in their head, just because they don't like statins. And PCSK9 inhibitors have like a better reputation because they have less of a reputation. So as a result, you might get fewer symptoms, fewer side effects, all that stuff.
Totally. What are some of the other drugs that we were talking about just now that are interesting? DMT for depression.
Oh yeah. A Thai biotech run by one of the big investors in it was actually Krishnan, the guy who ran the Enhanced games, if you remember that.
I do.
They sold that off for a few $billions to Eli Lilly, and now Eli Lilly is getting into the depression game.
Atai Beckley?
They're going to Atai Beckley, ATAI Beckley.
Right.
Yeah. The idea is to have a short acting drug. So DMT only lasts like 15 minutes if you ever like smoke or something like that. So it has kind of a bounded risk. It's not going to you're not going to be high for hours like you might with like an MDMA prescription or something like that. And the idea is that it'll help with depression, so similar to how MDMA or ketamine help with. MDMA is supposed to help with depression. Ketamine does help with depression. They might all, but we have yet to see good evidence on all this. They've done well in phase 2, and they're going on to phase 3. And Eli Lilly is going to, push the whole thing along, and it might be interesting. It also might herald that there are a lot more of these in the pipeline, a lot more psychedelics coming down, and which will be easier because the admin is making it easier to do psychedelic drug trials.
So, what is the mechanism by which DMT helps with depression?
No one actually knows.
Really?
So, I mean, yeah. So that's the thing. For a lot of drugs that actually we know work, like acetaminophen, we actually don't know how that one works. We don't know the mechanism behind that one. It could be something like psychologically mediated. It could be through some pathway we've outlined already and we haven't realized its importance. It could be through a million different things. For DMT, I'm going to guess it's that you got high and being high felt good. I don't really think there's going to be some biochemical reason that explains why, you activate this pathway and it gets uptake here, and no, none of that. I think it's just going to be that you felt good while getting high.
Really?
That's what it is with MDMA.
Is this how
I'm pretty sure there's no.
Some people use cannabis for their depression?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be how it is. But we might not ever know. We might end up knowing is that the drug either works or it doesn't. And we don't know if it'll work. It'll be unclear. With the MDMA trials back in the day, there were a lot of issues, and it didn't get approved because there were a lot of problematic issues with the blinding of the study. There was some lying. There were a bunch of retractions that happened. MAPS never actually provided their full data. Just a mess. And hopefully this ends up a little more credible. They're going through, the normal drug approval pathway. They're going for a phase 3. They're going to do all the normal things to try and get this thing approved properly. But we'll have to wait and see if that actually does anything. It'll be the first approved psychedelic for depression.
Interesting. So, like, what
Yeah.
is the current state of depression treatment? There's SSRIs, there's ketamine, there's DMT now, and there's things that people do to
comedians.
self-medicate, like weed.
Yeah, and there are a good number of other antidepressants beyond SSRIs. There are SNRIs and SDRIs and all sorts of other like fun little things that work to varying degrees for different people. There's considerable heterogeneity in what people find to be the best working drug for them. And some of this is genetically predictable. Currently, it doesn't look like a lot of it is. It might be more in the future as we get bigger samples and better data. But to various degrees, some people like some drugs, other people like other drugs. And there are a lot of them to choose from. So patients often end up cycling through 2, 3, 4 different antidepressants before they find the one that actually works for them. And that can be like a messy time because if you're on some drug for a little while, they do have other side effects. They can make you want to eat more. They can make you feel like weird pains and stuff. You can get nocebo effects. There's tons of things that can go wrong here. For example, SSRIs are prescribed not just for depression, but also for guys who have issues with premature ejaculation because it kind of numbs you down there. And yeah, it's just a messy area. There's a lot of these drugs though, tons.
So the nocebo effect is just like the opposite of the placebo effect, where it's like if you are taking a placebo and you think that you're taking the actual medication, you can get bad side effects.
Yeah, nocebo is just the negative placebo. It's the same thing as the placebo effect. It's just that we're going with the direction here in the name, and this is super common for tons of drugs. So like statins, it's frequently reported that people have myalgia on them, but they have myalgia that's muscular pain at almost exactly the same rates with placebos. So it's not the statin itself. It very rarely is. For some people it is, but it's a tiny number. But because of the reputation statins have, where people know that they cause myalgia, a large portion of people will say statin or placebo that they're getting myalgia, unfortunately.
Interesting. So another thing you posted recently that was interesting was TLDR, the fertility gap between people raised in urban versus rural areas of the US is now effectively gone. In other words, rural people used to have a lot more children than urban people, and now this is no longer the case. And now urbanites in the US have slightly more children than people in rural areas. Is this true?
For people raised in those areas. Now, urban areas still do have considerably lower fertility, but it's because of who moves from there and who moves to there. So when people want to like have a family, they might go, ooh, the housing situation is too extreme in my city. I'm going to go move out into a rural area. I'm going to go to a suburb where it's more affordable and have like I can have a home. And then
Not in
that
California, though.
leads to still a gap. Yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah.
It's just terrible. But yeah, basically that's it. There's a selection effect now. People raised in those areas, no more gap. Maybe slightly more in the urban areas, but it's very minimal. It's tiny. I bet it's really not there. If you get a big enough sample, you probably find it like almost zero.
Why is that?
That's a great question.
Is it?
I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it could just be that there's compression of the fertility rate down, and there's no real room for things to go lower.
I don't know. Like, it seems like there could totally be room for things to go lower. Like, the fertility rate in the US now is like 1.5, 1.55, something like that.
It's 1.6 something. Yeah, it's like it's bad. It's bad.
And I think in 2026 or whenever the recent data was, it was slightly lower than 1.6. 1.58 maybe. Anyway, obviously there are other countries where the TFR is like half that of the US. Like Taiwan, for example, where it's like 0.7 or something. So it seems like there's definitely room to go downward.
Oh, there definitely is. But what I'm saying is they're both compressed in the same way to the same degree. It's unlikely that there are going to be like differential trends, I think, from here on out. They're pretty much urban and rural are like in the same situation. And it's unclear to me if they're having the same pressures. Think about Japan, for example. In Japan, there's only one prefecture that has population growth. Do you know which one it is?
I imagine yeah, it's Tokyo.
Yeah. Everything else is negative because everybody else is going to Tokyo. If you want to have any job opportunities, you have to go to Tokyo. The rest of the country is just aging too much. If you want to get new amenities, like you want to access Uber Eats or DoorDash, or you want to do any of the cool and new things, like you want to get an education, you want to go hang out with young people, you pretty much have to go to Tokyo if
Have
you
you
want any of this
seen
at scale.
Have you seen Casey Hanmer's post about this? He has
No, I haven't.
he has a new website. I'll send in the Zoom chat. He has a new website called demography.wtf, which shows, for example, like a map of Japan, and you can see parts of Japan where the population tends to be much older versus much younger. So like rural villages in Japan have a median age, often like literally into the 60s.
Wow.
Yeah, a median age. Yeah, so in the town of Otoyo in Shikoku, in Kochi Prefecture, the median age is 69.5.
Oh my God.
The
This is really detailed. There's
Yeah.
so much of this.
There is so much of this,
Wow.
and you can see the youngest places by far, as expected, are central Tokyo, not the suburbs of Tokyo, central Tokyo, central Osaka, and various other cities. The young are really concentrated in these cities.
It took me a minute to find something with a median age under 40.
Yeah,
This is really bad. And it's Kohokuku in Yokohama. It's 36.7, and there's 2013 people there, and it's mostly males. This is really abysmal. Oriasushi, 36.5. This is very disheartening.
yeah, it is quite disheartening.
is.
I think the heartening thing is Japan's TFR has remained pretty constant and has not fallen to the depths of like Taiwan, Japan, or Taiwan, China, and Korea.
Yeah. Claudia Golden's theory on this is that countries that started off like at the last century, like developing countries that grew a little slower towards the frontier because the frontier was further away and they had to actually be involved in pushing it more, they've had a reduced fertility decline. They've both countries that have like rapidly grown after World War II and the ones that grew beforehand to like the same level nowadays. They both have had fertility declines, but the ones that started off and like had more rapid growth have had greater reductions. And like there's some interesting, theoretical reasons this might be. Like, for example, in South Korea, they still have, considerably worse culture when it comes to how wives are treated and whatnot. Just all sorts of things like that. But there's really no way to evidence that theory. It's just kind of it's a theory. But she's a Nobel laureate, so now you have to respect the theory.
Yep. There's also a similar map that Casey Hanmer made for the U.S. where, probably you can predict urban areas are quite a bit younger than rural areas, and the youngest rural areas are ones that are either Mormon, like Utah, or have a lot of Hispanic migration, like Central Washington, the Central Valley of California, the Inland Empire, and South Texas.
Yeah. It's kind of staggering. It seems even Mormons are below replacement now, which is
Mormons or Utahns? Oh, wow. Ooh,
Mormons.
I'm noticing some of the very oldest places are like New England, Maine, and many beach areas of Florida. So yeah,
Well,
wow, I'm
yeah.
looking like right where I grew up. The census tracts nearby have median age in some cases of like over 70, into the 70s.
What's this website called?
Demography.wtf.
Oh, it's the same one.
Yeah, but there's a different tab for the U.S.
I see. U.S. map.
Yeah, that's incredible.
boy,
It's
oh
because
boy. Retirees move there.
a lot of retirees move there. So if you look at like Venice, Florida, for example, Collier County area, yeah, I'm seeing like Bonita Springs, zip 33931, median age of 73.
Oh, this is abysmal. I'm looking at Florida and it lights up as like the most red state in the union.
Well, it's retirees, and if you look at Tampa, Orlando, Gainesville, where I went to college, there's these tracts with median age of like 23, which makes sense because it's a college town.
There are some shockingly unincorporated places in Georgia that look to have extremely high ages. There's like a belt of it's
It's the Black Belt, right?
this looks like No, this looks like Appalachia actually. Like it looks like young people have left.
Yeah, that would make
That's an
sense.
interesting. Yeah.
Taking a look at like West Virginia. Yeah, it's quite red in West Virginia. Lots of tracts in their 50s median age. And New York is quite young, you know. Wow, I'm looking at
Yeah.
Borough Park, median age of like 20. You can see the Hasidic areas in Brooklyn very easily, very clearly. And then Brighton
Oh,
Beach
yeah.
is like median age 68. Coney Island area.
You can see some nice young tracks in Boston.
Muncie, New York, median age in this tract is 14. That's
Wow.
a Hasidic area. Yeah, wow.
Let's see how the Bay is doing.
Yeah,
the Bay
I'm looking
looks
at the
like
Bay.
wow. That mixes some. I found a 76-year-old tract in San Francisco.
That's Chinatown, probably, right?
You know, that could be. I can't zoom in enough to actually tell.
Yeah,
There's
I
a
wish it was
61-year-old tract.
a little more detailed, but yeah, I mean, you can actually act. This is really interesting. You can see the transit corridors, and you can see that, for example, the N transit corridor south of Golden Gate Park is much younger on average. That's super cool.
Interesting. Yeah, the Presidio looks quite young, although there is nobody there.
There's like 2,000 people there, but it is pretty young. You're right.
Marin County, quite old,
Yeah, you know, as expected.
as expected. Incredible.
Yeah, and then LA.
Wow, that's a really cool little tool.
Yeah. Anyway, quite a digression. I also noticed Palm Springs is
Yeah.
170.
Now,
Let's-
I would say part of the reason I was looking into this rural-urban fertility gap is because I don't actually believe in the IQ shredder anymore.
Mhm.
This concept, I don't think I ever actually believed in it, but this idea that cities are where smart people go to not have kids, basically, they do that. But it isn't that cities are like, destroying in some IQ differentiated way the fertility rate. It doesn't seem to actually be held up in the data at all.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Yeah.
I've also seen you making all of these leadership GDP growth plots of different countries.
Oh yeah, they're kind of uninformative, but I thought it was a really neat chart format that some random guy in Australia came up with.
Wow. I just looked at the one for South Korea, and Park Chung-hee just mogs the shit out of everyone else by far.
Oh
Incredible.
yeah, 340% growth in a few years. Yeah,
340% growth in like a little bit over a decade. Just remarkable.
that's when the divergence with North Korea happened. Like it just goes way up, way
Yeah,
up.
and now like, the Kim Dae-jung and Roh Moo-hyun in the late 90s and 2000s, which increased it like, what is this, 50%? Just seems so much less impressive.
Oh yeah, they seem like nothing, even though they're objectively like very impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then you see, if you look at these, the last three I had in that thread, where you have these three Central American economies, they all have this era where the junta comes in and gives them a ton of growth, and then it like declines near the end,
Mm-hmm.
or just like doesn't do so hot in the El Salvador case.
Yeah, taking a look at Argentina, for example. Wow.
And now that is a messed up country.
That is a messed up country, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Wow. 3 different Central American economies: Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador.
Mhm.
Wow, revolutionary junta just tanked GDP 30% in a couple of years. That's
the one time it's a left-wing junta, it decides to destroy the.
Yeah, unexpected.
The really neat one, if you click through, is Switzerland. They have a collegial government where the like leading parties all agree to just give each other a certain number of seats on the council, and most Swiss people don't even know who their president is.
Yeah. Wow.
Bless you.
I don't know who the president of Switzerland is.
Yeah, no one does.
Guy
Let's see who it
Parmelin.
is. Yeah,
The presidency is a
who even is that?
first among equals role that rotates annually among the 7 members of the federal council. But yeah, that's interesting. I could name probably more than half of the leaders in Europe, and I would not have been able to name the president of Switzerland. Interesting.
Yeah, and you are not alone in that. As I said, most Swiss people can't either. it's unimportant. And I think that's kind of a nice thing. Like,
How
imagine
how well
if
do you
in
know your
America,
what were you saying?
I was saying, imagine if in America we didn't have to know who the president was.
Well, I mean, most people probably don't know who like their governor is or, their
Yeah,
congressperson. I bet like a lot of people outside of big states just don't know who the governor is.
I believe that. Yeah,
Yep. All right, well,
good
it's
comment.
been super interesting, Krem. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
All right, have a good one. Ciao,
You
buddy.
too. Ciao. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Alex Wilson, who is the co-founder of Cyclops, which provides stablecoin settlement, pay-ins, payouts, and treasury tools to payment companies through a single API. Cyclops has raised a $20 million Series A led by Nava Ventures, with participation from Castle Island Ventures, Coinbase Ventures, Circle, Lasagna Ventures, and Global Paytech Ventures. Their company says its network now reaches 300,000 merchants, and that transaction volume has been growing 350% month over month. So, Alex, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Sophia.
Amazing. Maybe a good place to get started is just talking a little bit more in detail about Cyclops and what does Cyclops actually own? How does it orchestrate from issues, custodian, exchanges, banks, and local payment providers?
Yeah, a really important part of the Cyclops story and what we do actually starts with the last company we started. We started the Giving Block back in 2018,
Yeah.
where we helped charities actually accept crypto and stablecoins. Back then, that was a crazy idea to get charities to pay attention to crypto, but we stuck with it. It went really well, and we sold that business to Shift4 Payments, which is a large publicly traded payments company. And I was their head of crypto and
Oh,
stablecoins for 4 years. So that's really where Cyclops was born because we learned what these merchants were looking for. We learned what it took to offer these products at a payments company. And that's what inspired the start of Cyclops. And we decided we're going to build the most purpose-built, the best product specifically for payments companies and have a much more focused approach than going really broad like everyone else.
yeah, I would love to understand because I used the Giving Block, and Giving Block was a big reason I even got involved in this whole industry to begin with. And I think that's super important that you helped specific nonprofits actually be able to accept cryptocurrency donations. So, what was the world like before the Giving Block? How did nonprofits accept like dollars, and then how were they actually able to accept cryptocurrency with your guys' tool?
Yeah, so we weren't actually, funny enough, the first to help charities accept crypto, but all the solutions in the market were like very broad and generic, right? So you could go to like a BitPay or Coinbase
Hmm.
Commerce, like these general payment tools, but none of them were actually built for the nonprofit market. So we said, what do nonprofits actually need? Because it's clearly very different than what like a coffee shop needs or an e-commerce store needs. And everything was built just for that market. So very vertically integrated, everything from like tax receipts to the compliance to the reporting. And then of course, like an easy to use front end, because none of them are going to want to have like a big dev team lift to implement that. So there was ways they could do it before, it just wasn't very easy and wasn't really built for nonprofits. And now we're taking that same approach and applying it to payments companies with Cyclops.
Wow, that's exciting to see. What's also exciting to see with Cyclops is you guys have had a ton of growth. You reached 300,000 in transaction volume, and you're growing 350% month over month. What are you seeing in like the larger landscape that's affecting this day-to-day growth?
Yeah, I mean, stablecoins have definitely had their tipping point in terms of interest from payments companies and their merchants. And more, this is just becoming something that's table stakes for a
Yeah.
payments company. You have to have some sort of stablecoin strategy. You have to have stablecoin settlement, pay-ins and payouts. Really, the number one area of growth is stablecoin settlement, though. Merchants coming to the payments company saying, "Don't send me an ACH or a wire. Actually, send me USDC instead."
Wow. Okay, so you're actually seeing, and then why is this happening? Is this because of the Genius Act or US regulators? What's changing in the lighter landscape that's causing this to happen?
Yeah, stuff like Genius Act in the US or MiCA going into effect in Europe definitely drives a lot of the, I would say, like the comfort with these larger companies adopting stablecoins, because before they just felt like there was a lot of gray area. And now, I mean, it's that, but really it's the merchant demand, right? As soon as their customers start asking for it, they have to start offering it, because if they don't, their competitors will. And for the merchants themselves, why they want these products can depend a little bit depending on where they are or what market they're in. For a lot of them, though, it's very global businesses.
Yeah.
So think of a company that's operating in 20, 30, maybe even 50 different countries, but they want to ultimately be settled in US dollars around the world. And stablecoins give them a way to sort of dollarize their treasury and get more instant settlement. And of course, even enable settlement on weekends and holidays, which they can't really do in the traditional system.
That's interesting. I like how your perspective is, what you guys are doing with Cyclops and even just stable coins inherently aren't just this crypto product, but there's a world where this completely transforms all conventional payments and how people can just accept like payments across borders or just have better experiences as a whole. Is that also what you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, we really see ourselves as a global money movement platform more than a stablecoin platform. End of the day, like everyone wants faster, cheaper payments and they want access to their money, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So in a lot of cases, we're using stablecoins to solve that. But funny enough, in other cases, we've got other fiat solutions that are just more modern banking products and solutions like virtual accounts and multi-currency accounts that these payments companies want too. And ideally, for a lot of these products, right, the end user never even knows there's stablecoins involved at all. We want to be able to match the experience they have, but just get them their money faster or cheaper, or on the weekend or on a holiday. But we don't really want to be the ones that have to try to change that consumer behavior.
Yeah. But when it comes to actually hiding that complexity, I would say a lot of people might agree. It's like, okay, yes, there are benefits to using stablecoins. It's easier to do cross-border payments. But one of the biggest pain points that a lot of people face is the complexity. The actual UX is very difficult. You have to switch to a chain, work with an exchange, work with your local payment provider just to do a simple transaction. And that experience is what's preventing a lot of mainstream adoption. So what are you guys uniquely doing to prevent all that complexity from actually happening?
Yeah, so we're actually selling to the payments companies, and then they're white labeling our solution and offering it to their merchants. So the way we positioned it and what's made us so different is one that we're building specifically for the payments companies. So everything we give them is ready for them out of the box because those are the only use cases we service. The second piece is that they're getting all of these things you mentioned from one provider, from us, right? So they don't have to go get an on and off ramp provider, a wallet provider, a licensing provider, a transaction monitoring provider. We're bringing all those solutions together so they have it in one offering rather than combining, let's say, 5 different products into one to offer that seamless experience. But really, so much of the money movement is B2B rather than consumer facing because that's where we're seeing the most interest, but also the most benefit, right? It makes more sense to do stablecoin settlement when you're sending millions of dollars to a merchant rather than taking $10 for a sandwich.
Yeah.
We don't expect the local coffee shop around the corner to be doing much with crypto or stablecoins. And it's all really going to happen behind the scenes when it happens with the settlements with the payments companies.
Can you tell me more about the behind the scenes here? Because you're right. I think when people think about crypto payments or stablecoin payments, often their examples are oh, you have the person in Kenya who can now buy a sandwich using stablecoin dollars. But as you mentioned, that's not actually the main consumers who are going to want to not pay that 3% credit card fee. It's going to be these large $1 million deals that are happening cross borders where you don't want to have to wait days to process a payment, or you don't want to have these giant international fees actually being taken out of that transaction. So for you guys specifically, what are your customers? What are you seeing the most demand coming from?
Yeah, so we definitely do have those products where it's like someone paying for a good or service
Yeah.
with crypto, but it's a very small part of what we're doing. What we're doing and really more focused on is the money being moved from the payments networks, let's say from a Visa, a MasterCard, to a payment processor like a Shift4, and then settled to their customer, which is the merchant. So it's that money movement. So the money is never actually touching the customer or interfacing with the customer in that flow. It's these batches of large payments moving between the payments company, the payments networks, and the merchants themselves. So it's all B2B really.
Yeah. I guess for any people who would say like, okay, the stable coins have been around for a while, but they're not being as widely adopted as we thought they might be in 2026, or why is the growth not as large? How would you, what would you say to those specific critics? Like, where is this demand coming from? Do you see this industry growing a ton? Because I do see it actually happening, but it's not in the mainstream as big as maybe some other types of consumer products.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has come a really long way, but in some ways they're right that we're just scratching the surface still. Like if you look at most research reports, it's maybe 1% of money movement
Wow.
today is on stablecoin rails, so it's still very, very early. We, of course, I mean, we're very bullish and we think that quickly becomes 3, 4, 5% and eventually 10% higher. But these systems exist in parallel for a really long time. This isn't just going to replace the traditional system overnight. It's going to be another 5, 10 years before you really see, let's say 10% of money moved on stablecoin rails. But I think people also underestimate just how big this kind of TAM is, right, in this market. I mean, this is trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. Even if you just talk about the payments companies we're going after, I mean, that's hundreds of trillions a year in payments volume we're trying to tap into. So it just takes time to work its way through those different distribution signals, or systems rather. So we're getting there. It's happening, but it's not going to happen overnight, and it's going to take some more time.
Yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. That is an interesting timeline you say, though. 5 to 10 years is a significant time. I can't even imagine what life is going to look like in 2036. And so, yes, maybe that doesn't sound that far away, but it's just with the speed of how technology progresses, that does feel really far away. So I'm curious, why do you think there are bottlenecks? It doesn't seem like there's technological bottlenecks. There's a lot of people who are actually working on this, but is this more from a policy standpoint? Is it because it's country to country? Is it just a giant coordination of regulatory, policies across the world? What's actually happening?
Yeah, well, so I think maybe one thing I should caveat with my previous point is too, like in 5 to 10 years, stable coins are just how money is moved and we stop even calling it stable coins,
Fair,
right?
yeah.
Because it's been so easy to move, it's kind of completely abstracted away. That's when it's really gone mainstream, right? When we stop even talking about the word stable coins and crypto because it's just how the money is moving. But in terms of the bottlenecks that you're talking about for adoption, I mean, some of it is simply because the biggest companies in the world that move the most money move fairly slowly. You've seen some of the biggest payment companies like Stripe and Visa really make big investments into crypto and stablecoins, but it's still early days for them. And although I would say most, let's say, Fortune 500 companies or major payments companies have some sort of stablecoin strategy or are at least looking into it, very few have actually started moving money that way. And unfortunately, it just takes them a lot of years to really switch over their own systems. And in a lot of cases, like they don't want to disrupt themselves necessarily, right? So they take kind of baby steps.
So
So
who are you seeing being the first people who actually will be adopting this and being the ones to disrupt the system?
yeah. Well, I think most of the early use cases around crypto and stablecoins all had to do with investing, trading, right? Like brokerages. And even now, that's where a lot of crypto businesses are centered. even if you look at all the IPOs we've had, right, with like Coinbase and Bullish and Gemini and BitGo, like it's a lot of trading and investing infrastructure. And we're just now getting to what I would consider is like this next phase of payments infrastructure.
Yeah.
So we're betting that this next wave of stablecoin adoption really comes from payments companies, PSPs, acquirers, networks. And that's why we're so focused on this industry, because they're really just scratching the surface, but they move so many trillions that they really have
true.
the most to gain from that.
That's very true. Well, Alex, it clearly seems like you have a particular knowledge edge in this space, especially because of your background at the Giving Block, and you got to see what it actually take for these nonprofits to be able to receive cryptocurrency from all around the world. And so I'm also just curious about you personally. What in your background made you want to work on this problem?
Yeah, I mean, we only started Cyclops because of, well, first our experience at the Giving Block, but then being within Shift4 for 4 years at a major payments company. So we lived the pain we're trying to solve essentially for 4 years. We went out and worked with all these providers, and we're pretty unhappy with their solutions, and also realized that none of them were doing what Cyclops is doing. So we have zero competitors for Cyclops, which is of course always appealing. Usually when we're competing against a group of companies, 3, 4, even 5 companies that are getting stitched together for a solution. So for us, we look at, what markets do we think are big? In this case, payments. What is a new and interesting thing in that space? In this case, stable coins. And like, what team does it take to pull something like this off? And it's us, because we've lived it, right? So we check all those major boxes of what makes an interesting idea and an interesting opportunity to go after.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, Alex, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS and sharing more about stablecoins and where you see them going with Cyclops, and just also where you see them going as a whole. And interesting to hear your timeline and predictions and what's actually needed to get there, and that we're still in such early days. So Alex, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Sophia.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Nick Warner, who is the co-founder and CEO of Neo. And Neo just emerged from stealth today with $100 million in combined seed and Series A funding. Neo is building what it calls an agentic software control layer, an inventory of AI agents and AI-enabled application intelligence about what those systems can access and do, attribution connecting actions to people and agents, and policies intended to block risky tool calls or data movement. And Nick previously served as the COO and president of SentinelOne and helped take the cybersecurity company public. So it is incredible to actually have Nick on today's episode of MTS. So Nick, welcome.
Thanks for having me, Sophia.
Well, I just wanted to talk about what happened today. So you guys came out of stealth with $100 million. What are you guys actually trying to tackle with Neo? What's one of the big main problems you're trying to address?
I mean, in a nutshell, what we're building is agentic software control.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is control over AI where it runs, which is on systems within software. At Neo, what we're looking to do is give visibility and control back to SecOps in this space.
And why is that the main case? Like, what are you seeing that's happening like day to day that would continue to happen if it weren't for Neo?
Well, I think, the first thing is everybody realizes the super cycle that we're living through with the massive interest and adoption of AI platforms like Codex, Claude Code, ChatGPT, and the like. But what's also happening is that enterprise apps are all becoming agentic. Something like 50% of enterprise apps will be agentic by the end of this year.
Wow.
So the challenge that security is facing is you have software that now thinks for itself, and it's not just the IDE and coding platforms. It's that finance tool that your team has used for 7 or 8 years that suddenly has agentic capabilities that it never had before. And so what we're bringing is a way to understand and set policy and control over this new layer of agentic activity.
That's crazy. 50% is now being adopted in enterprises. And I like how you specifically argue that the danger is not just, okay, here's some new agent, but it's actually, all right, I approved this application 5-7 years ago, just super long ago, and now they have autonomous features. And so how does Neo specifically change applications' permissions or behavior so that unexpected things don't actually end up happening?
So good question. It really starts with understanding what is out there in terms of the agentic software universe. And one of the things we've built out is what we call the Neoverse, which is a full taxonomy and mapping of software. So not just binary software, but also non-binary software, things like AI building blocks, skills, tools, extensions. We agentically analyze, categorize, and classify these things so we can let you know what things are agentic, and if they are agentic, what permissions do they have? How can they run? Can they train on your data? And with information like that, customers can vastly better understand what their threat landscape looks like from within as it relates to the agentic layer that's taking shape faster than anybody thought would happen.
Interesting. And so I guess maybe for someone who's outside of this world and is probably assuming that most companies would be worried about their employees maybe installing unapproved AI tools. But what I'm hearing you say is maybe the larger near-term risk is not just unapproved AI tools, but it's more software they've already approved and already paid for that may have hidden behaviors that aren't intended.
Yeah, and well, that's true, and it's also the speed and velocity at which things are becoming agentic, and in a lot of ways, it's that long tail of other software that might be using an open-weighted model, might be using DeepSeek, might have very loose constructs around whether or not it can train or not train in your data. And so I think a lot of companies, sort of the first wave of this AI adoption, a lot of security organizations were looking at how do we control things like OpenAI and Gemini and Copilot, et cetera. And they sort of forgot about this long tail of other software. We give coverage to both, but certainly like our first customers and our design partners, even going back to when we started a year ago, really started to notice a lot of interesting things that were taking place in that long tail of software adoption.
That's interesting. I'm curious because I would love to better understand where Neo actually comes in at the enterprise layer. And so, is it just for like these verifying these API endpoints or browsers or identities? Like, how does it actually tell what is intended agentic behavior? Who's an employee? Maybe it's a real human on the other end. Like, how does Neo actually know this stuff? How does this happen under the hood?
Yeah, it really starts with understanding what the software can do, how it's configured, and what it's actually doing. And believe it or not, existing security tools don't provide much insight into that, because for many years, security tools were really based on the assumption that a human was a human and software was deterministic. So you could really easily understand if it was HR software, what it could and couldn't do. And you could monitor for any out of bounds behavior and just call that malware. But now software thinking for itself, it can reason, it can take action on its own. And so it's really become a game of knowing what's on your systems, how are these things configured, and then what are they actually doing at runtime? And what Neo has is a infrastructure that we get installed and sit at that agentic software layer. We hook into the applications themselves, so we can see how they're configured, how they're running, what they're actually doing. and we have logic and policies set against that. So we really bring visibility and power back into the security side of the house.
That's super fascinating because, like, as you mentioned, yes, enterprise security originally was built for these deterministic scenarios, not probabilistic scenarios. And if you know exactly what's going to happen with your application, or if you know how human users might be using your application, that's easier to build security for. But today, software that can reason, invoke tools, and actually act autonomously is a lot harder to actually build security constraints for. So are you seeing enterprise security just as on a whole become a lot more important of a problem than it was maybe a few years ago?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really risen to the top over the last number of years as activity moved to the internet, as financial activity moved all to digital, as most applications became cloud and SaaS based. And then I think that the real forcing exponential factor here is with the adoption of agentic, where now you have software that is its own entity. So it's no longer constrained by how humans are interoperating with it and what things we're asking it to do. It's we'll ask software to do things, and what it ends up doing sometimes aligns to that and sometimes doesn't. And there are no existing security controls in place to better understand that. I mean, I think a wild example of that is this idea of, I'm sure you've heard of skills, so AI skills.
Yeah.
AI skills were literally developed and introduced in December. So there really is no security tooling in place to understand, to visualize, and to set policy against skills. And you download the wrong MD file or the wrong skill, and you can take a benign AI platform and turn it malicious.
Wow.
And the irony in a lot of this stuff is that a lot of the new AI building blocks use plain English, which security tools are literally not designed to read and interpret. So we had to rethink the whole paradigm and build a security tool set and an agentic process that could read and understand language and build security models against that, which really turned the model on its head.
Yeah, now you mentioned the skills and installing a malicious skill, and it makes me think of OpenClaw, where one of the most downloaded skills, because it's all open source, and so you can see what the community is doing. One of the most downloaded skills was literally malware that is on your root directory of your computer, which is absolutely terrifying. And I looked at my OpenClaw agent and I was like, okay, maybe I should really understand everything that's happening under the hood before I just keep saying accept, 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 and not question what's actually happening. One of the biggest things, though, when it comes to security and agentic security is the umbrella term security is huge. What does that actually mean? And I'm curious how you guys define it and the main points that maybe everyday people should be thinking about as you try to think of what's my own security practices and how do I ensure that I'm being safe when I'm playing around with agentic tools.
Yeah, it's a really good question, because I think too much in security, people mistake visibility for security, and visibility is not even half the battle. It's having visibility, then also having context, and context is everything nowadays. If you and I worked at an organization and you installed OpenClaw, and so did I, but you actually configured it to auto run, you gave it full access to your Google Workspace, and you gave it always allow access to anything that it wanted to do. That's very different than if I installed OpenClaw, the same instance of OpenClaw, let's say, but much matters. And I think the last thing is with security, it's the ability to actually set policy and take action. To date, a lot of the, this rapidly emerging market that we're in with AI security, a lot of it involves just giving some visibility into what's happening, but no way of actually taking control. So it's part of the reason, we get asked a lot why we're in stealth for so long, because 1 year to build a product in stealth is a long time in an agentic world. But for us, what we wanted to painstakingly build is a platform that could do visibility, policy, and control all in one. And that's true security.
That is true security. And No, visibility policy, everything all in one is true security. Definitely. So you guys did come out with stealth today, and yeah, as you mentioned, a year in stealth is quite a long time. And so can you talk just a bit more about what you were doing in that year and why today, like why is now the most important time to come out as stealth? Why are you guys ready?
So we spent a lot of time building out our core architecture and product, and part of what we built from a product perspective are endpoint sensors, and these are full endpoint sensors that can discover, understand, and control. But as you know, when you're building endpoint technology, you're really building three products in one. You're having to build to support Linux, Mac, and Windows. Then you're also having to build, a data lake and a backend. On top of that, I'd mentioned building out this taxonomy product that we call the Neoverse. Part of the beauty of being an AI native company ourselves is instead of having to hire hundreds of researchers to download, examine software, we have thousands of agents literally that are doing this for us live. And what that's helping us understand is this emerging universe of software products that are agentic. And that work never ends because a product could be non-agentic today and agentic tomorrow. And so building that research framework that powers our product, that took time. And I would say, as we moved into sort of the fall, winter time, we spent a lot of time with design customers, closely listening to some of the biggest and most influential companies out there, understanding what challenges they were having in this superstorm of AI adoption and what they were looking to a security vendor like Neo to solve for them.
Yeah. Well, as someone who's really deep in the agent security space, I'm curious if you have perspective on how are we as a whole doing? I feel like we're in a world right now where the tools are introduced faster than we can actually build the guardrails for them. And so I'm curious if we just keep going on this trajectory, are we just reactively trying to tape bandages on top of things that are just out of our control? Or do you think we're on a okay trajectory right now? Like, where are we?
What I'm really encouraged and heartened by the amount of interest that we've gotten on the buying side. Like, I think that there's a lot of really good questions being asked by security operators, and I think everybody's been on a crash course to understand the implications of AI in a digital world. And so if you would have asked me that question a year ago, I would have said, the gap is enormous between the good and the bad of AI and the ability for the security vendors to help secure it. But I think we are at an inflection point where there's going to be a number of really good technologies introduced that can much better help secure and secure from AI. So that's really sort of the dual mission that we're on, is to protect the AI that should be running within your environment and also prevent the AI that should not be running in your environment. And that's a really unique challenge. It's one that, frankly, security professionals have never had before. But I think that there's a lot of good technology being introduced in the coming months from a number of startups that are helping with things like identity encryption, better understanding data flow from agentic products, and also tools like Neo.
Amazing. Well, Nick, I wanted to thank you for coming on today and congratulate you on coming out of stealth. This is such a big day, and Neo is solving an important problem when it comes to agentic security and how we think about security as a whole in this future of AI and technological progress. And so I'm so excited that you actually came on to MTS today to share more about what you guys are building.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you. And we'll be back with
you.
MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live once again with Pierre-Carl Langlais, also known as Alexander Doria at Dory Alexander on X.com. He does OpenAI infrastructure at Plius. So, Pierre-Carl, welcome back to MTS. So, did you see the drama over the past weekend with Dean Ball?
Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry, it was cut off at some point.
Have you seen the drama over the past weekend with Dean Ball talking about open source AI, where he said,
Yeah,
he said, A, it's decelerationist in the sense that
yeah,
it disincentivizes AI lab capex,
capital.
which is where
Yeah.
most progress in AI comes from. And number two, that it can lead to like open weights communism if it is determined that AI is a public good that needs to be provisioned by the government. So do you have any takes on this?
But totally, I think there are two aspects which kind of counteract what is said. The first one is about the speed of research, and especially what has been happening in China. Okay, I think it's kind of frozen. And we have seen basically a lot of innovations happening now in model training, especially with what we have seen with Kimi, and I could talk more in detail about that. I think the other aspect, which I already defended, with the fact that the model is also the product. And I posted about that a long time ago. And what we're seeing right now, at least with the US labs, they maintain definitely a large lead over a Chinese lab by having a more finished product right now, which is something very difficult to redo, especially even if you are an inference platforms. And we have seen the rise of this right now over the past few months. It's very difficult to do a good experience for people. And we have seen right now even this lag of adoptions for open weights, even in corporations and many things like this, because it's very, very difficult to do good agentic serving, for instance. It's very difficult also to create a good productory experience around that. So at least for now on, it's difficult to say, but we can't really say that the availability of weights is really a hurdle, at least for large labs.
What about the open weights communism part? Like, do you think there's merit to this argument?
I think it's right now what I see is more beneficial about the potential acceleration we can have for research. And I think the most interesting part about the models that have been released over the last few weeks is this certain unlock, because until now we never had models in the 2 trillion, 3 trillion parameters range that are very large and in the open. It never happened before. And for a very simple reasons is that normally everyone thought that to train that you need to have the latest hardware, the ones that US labs have and Chinese labs don't have, so like the Blackwells and all these things. What we have been seeing actually, which was quite interesting from the research actually Moonshot published, because it's not just about the models, it's about publishing a lot of additional research about model engineering, about data, all of these things, is that they found basically a kind of unlock, something called latent MOE, which is a technique introduced by NVIDIA, which kind of reduce the communication cost for training this kind of large model, which means that you can pull a large amount of experts in with the same amount of infrastructure you would have had otherwise. So this is a kind of thing which kind of accelerates research, because it means that now for much less cost, much less infrastructure, we can train this large model. We can expand the pool of people doing research in this area. We can also expand the pool of expertise, because we have seen that at least in China, a lot of companies are training their own models. It's not just the big tech labs like what we know of, like Moonshot, but there is also a lot of large tech companies that are training internally, because there isn't really the same ecosystem as in the US. There's not the same trust with SaaS and all these things. So a lot of companies are building their own thing and specializing their models. And right now, I think it's really interesting what has been happening in the US with this rise of neo labs, where we have seen much more actors coming into that space. And it has been beneficial overall for research, for accelerations of many things. So I think it's not really it's not really a concern that I have. Definitely, it can be a concern for some labs that are now very advanced in the IPO phase, and it's not really an easy moment for them. So I can see definitely sensitivity around that, but that's not really our approach I'm sharing right now. Definitely, I think more training, more approach of this is going to accelerate timelines, not reduce them.
Interesting. Yeah, I do wonder though, like, how does having like very widely proliferated open source AI not just like collapse the margins of all of the labs and destroy their business model?
So right now, it's difficult to know, but it seems that inference is what is called high margin, in the sense that it's a bit like the classic SaaS business, but maybe even better, that you need to invest a lot in GPU, you need to invest a lot in training, but once you have that, you can, with a lot of techniques that exist right now for inference at scale, you can make a lot of money out of that. And that's also the reason actually that Anthropic could cut off cost so much, because they were attacking already from a very high margin basis. So at least right now, it's kind of working in some ways, and it's also very difficult to redo. And what we are seeing right now is some efforts to redo all the stacks the labs have been developing, but it's complicated. I think for the labs, maybe the difficulty is whether that they don't really have restful moment in the sense that there isn't really this moment like we had in classic SaaS. At some point, you find the right recipe, and then okay, you're cool for at least a few years where you can just iterate on that. Here, definitely, the speed of open weight research kind of constrain the big labs to continue innovating. That's also why I don't think there's really a deceleration, but definitely there are more stress and constraints about the fact that, yeah, they need to continue to maintain the frontier. Otherwise, they won't maintain a good enough experience, for sure.
So, speaking of open weights, this has been a really impressive week for open weights. We had 3 big releases. Inkling from Thinking Machines, Kimi K3 from Moonshot, and Quen 3.8 from Alibaba. So I guess we'll start with Thinking Machines because it was chronologically first. What were your takes on this model? It's like almost 1 trillion parameters. It's good on epistemics in particular. What were your thoughts?
So I think the most interesting part with this, an idea actually even myself I had for a long time, is about functionality. That the core idea of Thinking Machine is that they have a platform called Tinker, where they let people to train their own models based on that. And that's one of the core idea of business model. Now the issue, and that's something I had myself as someone fine-tuning models, is that right now many models are what we call overcooked in some way. That's okay. They are being pushed so much for all kind of agentic performance. They are being retrained on so much super optimized chinchilla and whatever, that, okay, they are good for what has been intended originally, but they are very, very difficult to readjust and steer in different direction. And if you try to fine-tune Quen, for instance, you get this kind of crazy logits and it's complicated. So what Thinking Machine has started to be doing, which I find pretty interesting, and be interesting to see how it evolves over the next weeks and months, is basically, we create an entire models. It's not necessarily the best, but it's the best foundation, the best base in some way. And it can be very, very easily adjusted for other kinds of things. And the entire concept is based on that. For instance, obviously they don't see visions, they want to take that, while other model release like GLM, for instance, don't care about visions. But yeah, you need to have everything in place in some ways. And they took DeepSeek architecture, which is kind of very normy, but also because they know that they have day one support for all kinds of fine-tuning exercise. So yeah, I think it's a very interesting moment because it's the opening of a new market, which is model specialization, especially for corporations. We have seen maturing over the past years. And yeah, which is going to come with more diversification, more innovation, everything like that. So definitely, I think it's an important release in its own right.
Interesting. What do you think about Kimi K3? Like, how big of a deal is Kimi K3?
Yeah, so it's a big deal. It's a big deal for sure, because again, it's the first time we had this model in this size range. The largest one was actually the previous Kimi, which was 1 trillion parameters, but here we have made another jump in scaling. And it's very important because it's the point where we thought we were kind of having natural limit from the hardware, because once again, they don't have Blackwells. So they are constrained with previous generation of GPUs. And so they developed all this innovation, which is really much at the model level, to be able to overcome this, because once you can always start to add more experts, but when you do that, you add all kinds of frictions. The first one is obviously the fact of the communication across all the experts, which consumes a lot of latency and anything like that. The other one is the fact you have this thing called expert inequality, that some experts are going to be asked more than the others, and it's going to create all kinds of imbalances. So in the the engineers at Kimi had a very interesting concept, which they call the fact that when you design big models, you make different choices than small models or mid-sized models for that matter. So you have to rethink a lot of things that seemed intuitive and introduce all these innovations. The main one are called latent memory, which I mentioned already. There is also quantiloading, all these kinds of things, which are being rethought at the fundamental levels that it makes 2 and 3 trillion parameters work. So I think it's kind of a big deal because it definitely adds pressure for the big US lab because suddenly a lot of people with the same kind of even older generation GPU infrastructure can train this amount of models and make them workable. So it definitely looks like another DeepSeek movement in this way. And we're going to see now this wave of large models. There is already the Quan 1, which is going to be released soon too, the Quan Max into 2 trillion parameters model. We're going to see others. So basically, suddenly this frontier is kind of commoditized suddenly. So yeah, the model itself maybe well, it's raw in a way. It's not completely finished yet, and obviously Chinese ecosystem already has this issue also more on the data side because there isn't this maturity yet, like Mercor and all of these things we have in the US. But definitely, it's a strong moment.
Well, I don't know. It seems to me on preliminary impressions that Kimi K3 is like really impressive at coding specifically, like almost Fable level on that. But it seems to lag behind to some extent on other things, like for example, bio is one area where it's not quite Fable level. Anything that involves like creative writing, it was a regression on creative writing from Kimi K2.6. It seems to be not like a generally broadly Fable level model. It seems to be narrowly Fable level on specifically agentic coding, which is really impressive, of course, and enough to, you know, hurt Anthropic's bottom line potentially. But I don't know. Is it truly frontier class?
Yeah, no, not completely. I think it's frontier level architecture, I would say, in the sense that, okay, we tap into the amount of parameters you need, you tap into the it's kind of enabling potentially frontier models. That's why I think the architecture research is more important than the model itself. There are going to be having plenty of models in this size range coming up afterwards. But I completely agree on this front that right now there is this kind of imbalance where Chinese research is making a lot of impressive progress on the engineering side. And I think it goes a bit beyond just rediscovering what the US have known for a while because they're evolving with different constraints that they have to optimize for. And definitely, I think they have been pushing the frontier in this direction, which necessarily the US would have explored. Where they are still lagging, again, is really much data. The fact that, okay, they don't really have these big investments that US frontier labs have been making over the last 2 years or so, which is about redefining what we are modeling exactly, because now it's no longer about language. It's definitely about all kinds of social activities. Like, and we know that they are buying, for instance, computer archives, software companies, these types of things, because they need to emulate this kind of environment. And they are very diverse. It's also about, well, we mentioned creative writing, also about flow. It's also about all kinds of things that we want the models to be good at. So there is this kind of broad environment that is difficult to redo once you don't have necessarily just existing formal verification in place, which is the case for coding. Okay, you can just take a existing thing and rerun that. So I think it's kind of a good question right now whether or not the Chinese labs will be able to catch up on this frontier of data. And I think there's two avenues for that. The first one, obviously, is capitalizations. We know now they are getting better funded. We start to see the birth of the industry there. So they could replicate with some lag. And the other, which is very interesting because it was in the GLM paper, which is about synthetic simulation at scale. Like whether or not we could let a model resimulate all kinds of things, which is that also with Quen. There have been Agent World released not long ago, which is kind of trying to simulate all kinds of system for search, for batch, for all kinds of things. So I think they're maybe trying even to push also the frontier in this direction, but it's kind of unknown at this stage whether or not it can replace the richness of real data, which is going to be expensive.
And do you have any takes yet on Quen 3.8? It's like sort of out. You can play around with it in the Quen playground. There's no API yet, I don't think.
No. we have very little information, but I think the important part to remember is that Alibaba is also one of the main owners of Moonshot.
Yes.
And
Underrated
yes, so
fact.
definitely the kind of innovations accumulate pretty fast. The other very interesting thing actually is the fact that normally Alibaba was not open sourcing the large models. They were open sourcing the smaller, medium ones, but not the large one. And then for the first time now, they are open sourcing them. And obviously they cannot tell why, but what has been kind of the rumor generally is that there have been this push even at the policy level in China to push for more open sourcing infrastructure as a tool for soft power. So it's kind of news that, because usually this kind of open sourcing was more done like the smaller labs in China, independent labs that definitely need to have this kind of visibility push. Alibaba don't really need that, but definitely if now there is a kind of political incentives now for open sourcing, definitely they are pushing the direction.
Interesting. So on OpenWeight's policy, like, do you think that there's anything that government should be doing either to restrict Chinese open source models or to encourage them? I imagine you would support encouraging them.
Not necessarily Chinese model. I think right now what could be more important, I think, for the US side is on Western side in general is to have alternatives, because I don't think it's a good idea either to depend on Chinese model. It's a real conversation we have right now in Europe, obviously, because we don't have good open weights model right now. So there's a lot of push. Okay, maybe we can just build on top of the Chinese ones, but why I think it can still be critical is that we don't know yet what is going to be the licensing market for models. Okay, they are open weight, but in many cases they come with caveats. Open weight is kind of expensive, and with Chinese lab, I don't really intend yet to really enforce strict terms for license, but it can change. I know at least for Moonshot there were a lot of movement when cursors start training on it, and okay, it definitely creates some frustrations also that people are building on top of your own property to create commercial value. So I think it's kind of a good question right now in terms of autonomy and critical autonomy and sovereignty. To be sure, we also have open source infrastructure. I think there's a need for it, and it kind of mirror to some extent what has been happening for software. So the costs are very different, obviously, but still, we had a good software economy which was based on both. There were proprietary software, there were also open source software, they were meeting different ends, and there was this need, especially for a lot of corporate use cases where you need auditability, you need to, and you can still create an economy based on that. So what I'm saying right now is that we start to have incentive. Again, I think you mentioned a good example of that. It's an actor which has an incentive to release the model because they need to have this kind of starting point for an adaptation and specialization, and then the specialization can be proprietary. So we start to see these kinds of things. And I think a good policy here would be not to forbid Chinese model, but maybe make them much more useful because there will be an abundance of alternative models to build upon.
So when do you think an open weights model will be able to have a math result that is as significant as Fable disproving the Jacobian conjecture?
So I think this is the other very important results of this week, but it comes from a series of discoveries made by model that goes back to unit distance disproval by OpenAI 2 months ago. And I think it's really interesting because none of this has come until now from Chinese models. They are very, very good on benchmarks, and it goes beyond benchmarking, obviously, because we know they are getting really useful for many tasks. But still, they seem to have this actual capability lag on this front. So it's not just about, okay, we're just below on 10% on the benchmark, but genially is maybe something we cannot really do. And it's kind of an open question right now. How the model are trained, obviously, by Anthropic and OpenAI, but this seems to do a lot in directions of what is called open-endedness, like the model being able to discover things that have not been discovered yet. And it's kind of difficult because you cannot just do reinforcement learning for that. You don't have the reward by definition. So you need to develop all kinds of procedure, and I guess it's mostly synthetic pipelines, but very advanced one with all kinds of models, popping sub-agents, which are kind of evaluating each other. And we see that a bit, at least on OpenAI side, they mentioned the prompt and harness they were using, so they have this large grid search. And what's pretty interesting is that they seem to encourage, in some cases, model individuality. It's like conceptual search, to be able to access to these results. You're not just going to be doing pure algorithmic search because obviously it's endless. You're not going to solve that. you need to move to identify why mathematical research was stuck for such a long time, and usually because it's only considered a few words and they removed some others, which can seem counterintuitive, but actually help the solutions right now. And the models are kind of restless for that. So yeah, I think it's definitely one of the area, and also one of the area which is promising also for the US lab, because I do believe there could be an economic value in doing fundamental research. And we have seen that right now. OpenAI has communicated about that they are seeing definitely the synthetic value of innovations they can make. And okay, math is kind of abstract, it's not something you can sell, but we can see the same principle being applied for biology, for instance, or for physics, or for engineering. We can see definitely that could be a critical lifeline of revenue here. And yeah, until now, it's definitely something that the big US labs are the only one to seem to be managing.
All true, all true. Well, it's an incredible week for open source, open models. We're thrilled to have you on to talk about it. So, Pierre-Carl Langlais, thank you for coming on MTS.
Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back.
welcome back, everybody. I took an easy week last week. Last week was an easy week for me. They gave me one guest, and I wrote like 4 articles, and it was hectic. Writing is like much worse than coming on the show. It's genuinely very painful. Now I've got a fantastic guest this morning and a full slate ahead of us. So everyone, get ready, clear your calendars. First of all, I'd love to welcome to the show. We've got Connor Love joining us here. Connor, welcome to the show. You're calling in from New York, and now Connor, you are the newest partner with A16Z American Dynamism, but you also have a very interesting history that goes back a long way. To celebrate your joining the fund, I've seen a bunch of different A16Z partners posting basically your personal history on X, and I'm very keen to get into that. But there is also just a lot going on in the world of American Dynamism, in the world of defense tech generally. So welcome to the show, Connor. Very good to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you want to start by just kind of saying, like, I don't know, it's always kind of tough to make people talk about themselves, but do you want to tell us a little bit about kind of your background, how you landed here?
Yeah, happy to. I mean, look, I've had a unique and interesting background into technology, but also into venture. I spent kind of the early part of my professional career really just, serving in the military. Did a handful of different jobs across reconnaissance and intelligence, and both at the strategic level and a little bit of time kind of at the division level. I joke, and you as an Australian, I've said this to Australians in the past, but I say I was in the Pacific before the Pacific was cool, and every Australian's like, "What the hell, man? Like the Pacific has always been cool." But
we've always been cool.
I know. But in the early 2010s, I mean, we in the Department of War were hyper focused on the Middle East, and wars in Iraq and Afghanistan were kind of taking to a new high. And I spent some time really out at Indo-PACOM, PACOM headquarters in the Pacific, working as an Army officer. And I saw what kind of the world, unfolded to today. So, I mean, that's everything from, what's been going on with kind of great power competition with China to, really just the evolution of not just technology as kind of we look and we invest in today, but really a new kind of geopolitical order that's breaking out in front of us. So I was really privileged to have served and wore the uniform. I actually spent a little bit of time in the Middle East as well, kind of, deployed on the tail end of the ISIS fight, spent some time in northern Iraq. And then as most kind of young entrepreneurial-minded individuals go, I said, hey, while I love my country and I love my service, what do I want to do for the next kind of 30, 40 years of my life? And somehow, I honestly can't tell you how, but I said, I'm going to be a venture capitalist, which again, sounds dumb, crazy, all that type of thing. But I was really enamored by technology. I was really enamored by, then at the time, Anduril was a 2-year-old company. Palantir had been around for a long time, and I had been exposed to a lot of that kind of product from a military perspective. And I just got excited about what technology could do for not just our nation, but also our allies, and really, in a way, rebuild the fabric of America, using technology, I think the right way. And it kind of led me to this path where I was really privileged to really spend the first 7 years of my investing career at Lightspeed, working with Ravi Matre and the team there, really investing in this category with slightly a different lens, but at the same time, given that platform and given the team there, was able to partner with some just amazing businesses. And as things work in venture, especially in these kind of, dynamism businesses, they raise a lot of capital. So a lot of the investments that I had made were also investments that Andreessen made in some way, shape, or another. So it was really just kind of this natural joining. And when I had the opportunity to join and kind of help lead this team, I think the reality is this is what was very clear to me about, the dynamism team and Andreessen Horowitz broadly is this is not a tourist thing for them. I mean, this is something that they helped create this category, 4+ years ago. They've put an insane amount of resources, not just, into, capital in these companies, but really supporting the entrepreneur in these companies in every way. So when I took a step back, and had this opportunity, I just said, hey, this is the team I want to be on, and this is the team I want to help kind of push, forward in the future. So here now, day one on the job, and loving it so far.
Well, fantastic, man. Very good to hear. So I'd like to kind of take a step back and kind of, because I think the last 7 years, if I think about from my very outside perspective, Connor, the last 7 years have been a very interesting time in for the kind of intersection, if you'll forgive the Silicon Valleyism, between defense and technology generally. I think the war in Ukraine, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the Ukrainian defense have been like quite transformational. Again, like from my, maybe there was people who were thinking about this much further ahead, but for me, it's been an incredible wake up call as an outside observer. I have seen more footage of kind of like drone warfare than I expected was possible in say 2019. At the same time, of course, there was this trend through the 2010s, which I'm sure you caught the tail end of, which was, you know, like the famous tealism is like we kind of focused on bits over atoms.
Yep.
And there has been a kind of unwinding of the bits over atoms trade in the last few years. And people point to a bunch of different factors driving that. One of them is Ukraine. There's the kind of AI build out, of course. But at the same time, there's something going on with hardware, which is it's very confusing to me. Because I talked to investors towards the end of the 2010s, and I said, why don't, you know, as naively, why don't we invest in hardware? And the answers all seemed really good to me. It's like, well, it's expensive. Like, there are a lot of real world barriers to actually making progress. And also, software is a money printer. It is zero marginal cost. You can do it forever. All you have to do is have a few boffins in a garage in Palo Alto, and you can sell a bunch of. You don't need to apply for permits to open a factory. So tell me, from your perspective, Connor.
I mean, you've hit it in a lot of ways. I mean, I think one thing, I'll answer the question two ways. The first way I would say is it is not a single factor that has led to this moment. It is a multitude of different things that have all converged at the same time. I mean, again, you can take a step back and say, okay, you know, the world changed from a geopolitical perspective. Conflict has broken out in far more places than we thought it would. And again, like, you know, regardless of you thinking that's good or bad, I mean, we don't want conflict in the world. Like, that's not what we want. So in the end, that was one factor. The other factor was, for better, for worse, we made a change, you know, as a nation, that we're actually going to start to build in America again. And I think kind of, you know, attuning not just the government to being a good customer for a lot of these companies. I think the other important thing happened is there was a major cultural shift that happened with the entrepreneurs in our ecosystem, many young people that are wanting to build companies and have an influence. I mean, I remember, one of the reasons that I'm here, you know, helping lead Andreessen, you know, American Dynamism and Andreessen Horowitz is about 4 years ago, or sorry, 3.5 years ago, Mark and Catherine ran this anti-defense, you know, some students at Stanford wanted to start a defense club, and Stanford said, no, you can't do that. So they threw this kind of anti-defense defense club event, and I'm not kidding, hundreds of entrepreneurs showed up. And it was mind-blowing for me to see, as someone who had served in the military, but also was investing in the ecosystem, to see these young, smart, kind of technical kids saying, you know, nothing against those software things that you mentioned earlier, but I want to build in this. I want to have an impact. And so to me, it's really just been this multitude of things, the customer, the technology, the world changing in a lot of ways. And then more, you know, importantly, you know, those kind of have all come together at a time where really you're having this kind of, you know, kind of flywheel effect happen. And, you know, again, I won't say that any single factor has been the kind of catalyst that has happened, but it's been the totality of things that, you know, now you step back and say, okay, if you look across defense, if you look across manufacturing, if you look across space, there are new companies that are venture backed and been started in the last, call it 5 to 10 years, that I believe to my core are going to be some of the largest companies in the world. I mean, we don't need to talk about SpaceX. I mean, that's evident. We've talked about that a lot. But I think the big change, just to put a bow on this, is historically you had many of these companies that were important to the fabric of America or a nation, but they were not the most valuable companies.
Right.
Now I think what's happening is companies that are both important to the fabric of our nation also have the opportunity to be the most valuable. And those two things coming together means the capital ecosystem flows, means obviously the entrepreneurial ecosystem flows, like I mentioned. And it's just, you know, I don't think there's ever been a better time to be investing in this category. And we can go down the rabbit holes of, hey, are we in a bubble? Are we overpricing these things? I welcome that with open arms. And you know, with any kind of, you know, technology boom, there will be people overpaying. There will be businesses that don't make it. But I think the net outcome you're going to get is a lot of companies that matter for defense, energy, space, manufacturing. They're going to be some of the most valuable companies in the world. And I think we're in inning, you know, 3 of a 9-inning, maybe, you know, multi-inning game that happens here.
It's very interesting. Like, one thing that strikes me is there was kind of like this end of history moment in the 2010s. There was just this feeling that, like, you know, defense is not relevant. Like, you know, of course, the defense industrial complex would like us to keep manufacturing a bunch of missiles that can just get mothballed in a warehouse somewhere, but we're never going to use them again because conflict is over. Geopolitical conflict is over. And so, you know, there was so many milestones you can point to in that end of history moment of like Google, people walking out, overworking with the Defense Department, right? There's a long history there. I think some of it, of course, is well-intentioned. Some of it was based on a view of the world that I think was tenable in the 2010s in a way it's not really tenable now. And so there's been this change in just like the kind of feeling about why defense matters, why defense capabilities matter. Do you just like, as someone who has served in the military, obviously, but also you're an investor in the space, like, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean,
not to glaze you, but like, you know, what's the...
Well, what I will say is, having been on that side of the aisle and in the uniform, what is happening now from just the emergence of new technology companies, and like I said, not all of them are going to be successful, but that is so net good for the American warfighter. That is so net good for our military and kind of peace and stability in the world. Having better technology leads to better decisions. It does not lead to worse decisions, and I wholeheartedly believe that. Now, again, like I also think there's a line of question you can go down, which is like, okay, well, you're investing in war. And I'm like, whoa. Again, I welcome all people's point of view, and I'm more than happy to engage anyone in a professional manner. I think the reality is you build up a military that is the strongest, most powerful in the world to be ready to go to war when called upon by Congress and our president. But I think in the end, you're really there to deter war. And I think that's what technology does. So it's not about, hey, there's conflict in Iran, there's conflict here. I mean, yes, conflict will, unfortunately has persisted, specifically in Ukraine, far longer than anyone thought it would and anyone wanted it to. Like, we do not want that conflict to keep going on. The world wants it to stop. That's pretty obvious. But the reality is there will always be conflict in the world. And I believe that, Western, democratic allies and the United States specifically, having better technology and a stronger military leads to a safer and better world in the end. So again, it's not about one flashpoint in time. Like, we look at things, both in my previous role at Lightspeed and now in Andreessen. I mean, these are 10-year investments. I'm not making an investment because I think, a year from now, I think X company will have some impact. I mean, first of all, that's amazing that they do, but these are decades-long investments where we expect these companies to rewrite what it looks like to be a defense, prime serving the American warfighter. And again, I don't think that's one point of time that will change that one way or another.
It's interesting that, the AI is obviously like this kind of like massive moment right now. We're following it very closely at MTS. It has all these different implications. I think like there have been like a number, the Anthropic supply chain risk designation happened, a few months ago now. Like there's been tension, I think, between some of these big labs that are building this technology, obviously different from the hardware side of the business, which is focused on the defense sector. Do you just have any thoughts on like generally what is the balance here? How should general purpose companies, technology, how should they think about their interaction with defense? How should they think about the kind of ethical questions that might come with that?
Yeah. Well, I'll say a few things, which is, number one, the technology, as you all know in MTS and we all know in the venture capital ecosystem, is truly transformational. What AI has done, not just to the commercial world, but what it can do in the government sector in a lot of ways. When you have such a paradigm-changing technology, if you don't apply it, you will lose. And I think you've seen a lot of chatter about this, both on X and kind of other forums, which are, look at what's happening with China open source models. Look at happening, how China is applying this in their state-owned enterprises and all these things. Like, if you don't use it, you will lose in some type of conflict. We're seeing that in offensive cyber. We're seeing that in other use cases. So I think, my personal take is the government has no choice but to engage with this technology and put it forward in the best ways. The other thing that I'll say is, like, this is what we ask our elected officials to do. We have this beautiful thing called the democratic process where, in the end, maybe it won't be perfect, but hopefully election cycles fix that or change that or kind of enable that in some way. So I believe in some way, if you are an AI company, you inherently will have to serve the government at some point. Maybe not directly. And there are some nuances here that I would add, which are, the obvious thing when you're serving the government, you're dealing with different classifications of data. You're dealing with, in some cases, unfortunately, like 20-year-old, both hardware, software, all that type of stuff that just inherently is going to suck and not be good. But I do think it is an inevitable truth that will happen. AI will power everything our military does. Now, again, there will be guardrails and there will be kind of controls on that by laws that we set in the United States and kind of our allies set for themselves. But the thing I'd leave you with here, and again, this is not a move forward of technology at all costs, but it is a move forward with the threat of the negative being far worse to what it, the impact it has on America and our allies. And so to me, I in a lot of ways, like, there have been a lot of people in this administration, in the Trump administration, who've said, what, we need to own AI and we need to, kind of put in America, first, or, both, not just the model layer, but everything down to hardware. Now, that's hard to execute on, but in the end, I do think it is the right kind of approach. So in the end, it's inevitable truth. It's going to happen. And I think in the end, if it keeps America safer and our allies safer, you got to move ahead with the proper, cautions and democratic controls.
I think it was a tricky question to spring on you. I think it's a very balanced answer, and it's not it's not at all by any stretch the first time that we've had to confront these questions, and even in a kind of international multilateral sense.
No, I mean,
right?
It's funny.
Like,
I remember maybe Trey Stevens doesn't remember this, but 7 years ago when I was starting to venture, I had this conversation with him, and he just started Anduril. And he's asking me, what excites you? And it's funny, I was just coming back from Iraq, and in a lot of ways, I remember it's like drones even 7 years ago were just a new, we had drones in the military, but we weren't using them in a way. It was all manned pilots, it was all human. And I remember Trey and I had this discussion, like, what is the role of drones in future warfare? And back then that was pre-Ukraine invasion, before all of this. And so my point is, what is happening now, and you alluded to this earlier, is the pace at which we are developing not just the technology, but because of what's happening in Ukraine, because of what's happening in Iran, because of what's happening in soft conflict elsewhere, we're just iterating through all these kind of technology cat and mouse games, where in the end, we've just sped up, unfortunately or fortunately, in 5 years, what the future kind of 20 years of our military will look like. The past of, like, when I, in the tail end of when I was in Iraq, the other thing to think about is, like, we weren't broadcasting conflict on an ongoing, but so the general public didn't know about it, which again, I think the general public should always be front and center of what's happening, but you also don't learn from what's happening. You watch, a signal feed, or you watch a video from a Ukrainian fighter on the front lines, and you've learned like 5 new things that you didn't learn the next day. So just this loop of iteration is happening so fast that, like, again, it's dynamic. And to be honest, as investors, when I look at this, it's like you can't pick a product now because, 5 weeks from now, the product is going to be irrelevant, or someone's going to develop something to kind of, replace it in some way.
And that speaks to the importance of, like, having companies working in the space who can be flexible and dynamic and reactive instead of, like, entrenched defense primes or entrenched companies that are particular ways of working, cost plus, whatever. Like, I think, like, that to me is a very clear lesson from the war in Ukraine and from everything that's happening around the world.
It means you get, again, like we were talking about this earlier, but look, Anduril just launched a completely new product today that we were chatting about. It's like, it could be a separate company within itself. And, my 2 cents with Anduril is, like, when you think they're at the end of their product vision, you're wrong. There's another product and there's something. And again, like, it's their job to stay focused on the right things and pick the right things. But I think that example just shows the breadth of the problem that exists in defense. It's not just about missiles. It's not just about small drones. It's not just about assault. Like, there's so many things that solve the, kinetic conflict in some way, shape, or form that, look, I think this market's massive, and I think you're going to continue to see kind of new companies built and new products built within that for the next, decades to come.
Very interesting, Connor. I think last question for you. Like, we've talked about a little bit about your history, about where you got to, about what's going on in the space right now. When you look forward, what are you, or if someone's watching this and they're in the space, what are you looking for?
Yeah.
What are the kind of people you want to talk to?
Yeah. Look, there's still a lot of room to run in the defense ecosystem, but our practice in American Dynamism is not just about defense. Things that personally excite me, and we have a deep bench and a big team here to focus on a lot, but I always think about, you don't have an a defense industrial base without an industrial base. So, if you take a step back and say, okay, if you're building a defense system, what's the subsystems below that? What's the engineered parts? What's the, aerospace systems? What's the, you name it, end metal part. And I think there's that area of the market that is trillions of dollars to spend on everything from the raw materials we pull out of the ground to the middle engineered parts to the subsystems. And then, if it happens to be a military system, or if it goes in a commercial system, or if it's a consumer based product, that part of the market has had very little innovation. So when I
Yeah.
look broadly at manufacturing, I get excited about, that's where you're going to see the next, $100 billion companies come out of, in my opinion. And then I think the other way where there's a similar kind of defense angle to this, but I think it goes without saying that what's happening in the space ecosystem will continue to be exciting for many venture investors. Again, we've talked about SpaceX multiple times. SpaceX obviously makes it so we get less kilograms to space is a lot cheaper. That matters for defense use cases, but that's also going to matter for a bunch of other economic, consumer, think travel, think kind of resources. Think drugs. There's a lot of things that will happen in space that I think we are just at the first kind of step of what that ecosystem looks like in the future. And then I would say the other thing, which is, what we do at American Dynamism is in step with our partners on the infrastructure team and the AI apps team as well. There will be requirements that are created by physical AI models that will start to redefine what the physical world looks like. And the obvious thing is, it's materials that go into chips, it's energy that kind of powers those things. And inherently, those are hard things. Those are one, physical world systems are also really hard to do. And so I think in a lot of ways you're going to see, infrastructure broadly, not software infrastructure, but physical infrastructure broadly kind of have a renaissance, both in America and in the West. And I think there's going to be opportunities to rebuild roads, rebuild every single factory in America, rethink how you build, a car, transportation, many different things. And look, I think there's one thing that I'll leave you with, which is venture capitalists, when there is a massive technology change happening, the one thing they are often wrong about is the size of the market. And I think this is going to be far bigger than we all think it is. I think dynamism is just a proxy for how really the best companies in the world and the most valuable companies in the world get created. So I'm excited to, for the next decades, invest in this alongside Andreessen Horowitz.
It's a great pitch, Connor. I can see how you talked your way in here. It's a great pitch.
Well, I let the founders do the talking, but yes. Yeah.
Mate, look, thank you so much for joining us. Really, really great to have you. And we'll have to keep checking in. I have a feeling that many interesting conversations lie in our future.
Awesome. Thanks again. I appreciate it.
All right, mate. We'll say bye for now.
Bye.
We'll be back in just a sec with another guest. Thanks again, Connor. Great to have you on. welcome back, everybody. Fantastic conversation with Connor just now. Excellent. I now have another wonderful guest joining us. We've got Alex Zhang with us. Now, Alex, you are a PhD student at MIT. You have just published this very interesting paper about RLMs. First of all, welcome to the show. Fantastic to have you. How are you, mate?
Very good, very good. Thank you so much for having me.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Now, why don't you take us through? I was just saying to you before we got on the show, like I'd be like, read your paper. I tried to understand. I talked to Claude about it. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to understand kind of basically what it is that you have been working through. Why don't you explain to me, explain to our audience, what is this paper that you've just released, and kind of what is an RLM? Maybe might be a good place to start.
Yes. I'll start with the what is an RLM. So I think the RLM idea is supposed to be very simple. It should be very easy to understand, hopefully. Maybe if the paper, maybe I could write it in a different way where it's a little easier to understand. But generally, the idea is just that when we design harnesses around our models, so you can think of a harness as basically like a program around your language model that you use to, give it a little extra juice, like Claude Code and all these things. These are all harnesses. They're kind of designs around a language model to take advantage of things that we know work, like tools, and kind of apply them to language models on tasks where traditionally a language model maybe won't do that well by itself, right? So an RLM is one such harness design. And the very basic idea is that instead of having the prompts and like generally all the information that you have normally for a harness, and instead of giving it directly to the language model, you instead offload it and have the language model kind of manage that context. So this is a little bit different than managing memory, because what you're actively doing with the model is like even its active context, like even the things that it's supposed to be using like currently on the fly, these things are also offloaded. And like the model needs to be very clever about how it chooses to pick out context and use it for the things it needs to do.
So if I just pause you there, Alex,
yeah.
If you can imagine if it's your I almost said traditional, but we're talking about an industry that's like 3 years old. But if you can imagine, the average harness that you use, you want to talk to the model about a PDF. You type your prompt, hey, can you summarize this PDF for me? You click enter, and what happens is that PDF and your prompt are both then included immediately in the context of the model, and the model does some reasoning over that context to start answering your problem. What you're saying here is this particular kind of design for the harness involves, instead of when you click enter, that stuff going immediately into context, it places that outside of the context window of the model and gives the model a bunch of specific tools to interact with that with that information outside of its context window.
Exactly. So it goes one step further. So I think when some people hear that, right, like, you give it a PDF, it does something with it. A lot of harnesses nowadays, like including Claude Code and stuff, when you give it an image or you give it a PDF, it doesn't necessarily add that into its context. Like maybe it puts it in the file system and it like has some tool for managing this. But for RLM style things, I think this is something that's kind of hard to wrap your head around almost, but it's like even just the instructions you give it, or like like when you dump some data into Cursor or Claude Code or something, this is not offloaded. Like, these models will directly take in this information and try to make some kind of inference about it. And I like that you pointed out like traditional designs, because I think the way that this whole RLM thing came about was that the traditional design of how we built Claude Code and all these things are kind of a consequence of a lot of earlier research on worse models. So a lot of traditional agent designs are basically, I like to think of them as like React designs, which is, you get an observation, like your model is given some user input or something, and it appends it into its context, and it just keeps appending and appending and appending. And then finally, at the end, when it's too long, either it makes a poor decision or you have to compact it and hope that you don't lose any information. This is like the very standard, all harnesses nowadays basically use this design. And I think like even not like coding agents, like just general harnesses do this. And so this is like one key thing that I think is like, you know, a core part of the RLM kind of design. The second part though is kind of, so like, let's suppose you do this, right? I mean, this has nothing to do, the name RLM is recursive language model, but this has nothing to do with being recursive. We're just offloading context. But the next piece of this is like, okay, if you offload the context, like what do you do now? Because now the language model doesn't have the context. So at the end of the day, and I'm gonna frame it like this because this plays into the blog. But like when you think of what a harness is doing, right? A harness is basically just some code that we've written, like some parts that we've kind of like injected into our design. And then at its core, it is just a language model taking in some information that it's seeing, like maybe not the global information, like, or the global context, but some information, and it's going to do something with it. And so like, you know, for example, and I'll use Claude Code because I think most people use these kinds of things. Subagents are a big thing now. And subagents are again, an individual language model, like your Claude Opus 4.8 or Fable kind of call, where it's given some information, presumably from the main kind of Claude Code model. It's given this information and it has to do something with it. And so when you think of it this way, like language models inside of a harness are extremely dumb in a sense, right? Like they can only answer what they're given. And so the solution to this for all these agent designs is like, I'm going to stuff everything into the main context because otherwise I have no way of managing this in any meaningful way. So kind of the key component of an RLM is, you know, we want to replace this whole design, like all this like traditional tool calling, like I call a tool, I get my feedback back into the main context, I do something with it. Now it's like all in code. So there is this paper called Code Act back in like 2024, back when React was also kind of becoming a thing. And they sort of said, you know, the language model should be using code for everything. They should like output everything as code. And so I think RLM is sort of, and so by the way, I should say for context, I think Kodak didn't really work, or like it didn't take off in some sense. It's almost like 2 to 3 years old now. And no one really adopted it because generally the issue was, again, language models, very dumb. You have to think of them in the dumbest possible way. They're very useful, but so the problem with Code Act is that it basically tries to enforce this idea that what a model thinks, like when a model thinks through a problem, it uses code. Like it writes code to think through a problem, versus a React style thing will just output, you know, the kind of the reasoning trace or the token trace and do something with that. But you know, for a human, you might think these two things are equivalent, but from a training perspective, like a pure just token perspective, they're two very different token sequences. And so if you don't train like one to be like to act in this way, it's just not going to work. So for ideas like RLMs, Code Act, React, all these things, they rely on kind of community adoption. Like people have to believe in the idea and train on it and kind of build on these ideas. Which is partially why I've been so vocal about, you know, you should use RLM, you should think about how to train them and things like this. But so kind of to get back to this whole point, we kind of go back to this whole Kodak thing, except the key thing that we make clear is that an RLM needs to have a subcall, like a subagent, or even the ability to call itself in code. And now, you might ask, why is this important? Like, why do I even care about this? And the reason you care about this is if you can write things in code, if you can manage your context in code, your model doesn't actually have to see the context. It can write the programs to have the subagents deal with the context, or maybe the subagent of the subagent deal with the context. But the model itself kind of just sees this abstract, like, I am managing my context, or like I know I have a problem that's like loosely, like maybe I can give an example. Maybe I'm deploying my RLM to solve this really difficult math problem, and I know that no language model is going to do it on its own. But I kind of I maybe have a mathematician's insight in that, like, I know the process by which a mathematician would go about solving, this problem. And it might be a really long process, but maybe the RLM might write or think about the problem in this way. So the main context of the RLM is only going to think about what is the process by which I solve this thing. I'm not going to look at any of the details of the problem. And then I'm going to let the subagents do all of it. And so, we originally showed in the RLM paper that if you do this for long context things, of course, it works very well, right? Because we're offloading the context. We're going to programmatically deal with it. Great. Everyone's happy, right? And I think one of the kind of the obvious other things that people have done, which is like Anthropic's dynamic workflows, which I won't say is directly in RLM, but there are some features that are definitely very similar, especially like the programmatic kind of sub-agent calling, is, you can launch these kinds of massive swarms of agents using this kind of design, right? Obviously, you write a program that launches a swarm of agents to go do something. This is much better than doing individual tool calls. Like, I think these are all very kind of intuitive, obvious ideas. And so this is kind of where the blog post comes in. So one of the
I'm just going to stop you there, Alex, if that's okay,
Yes.
because
I
think that's super interesting, and I think that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of starting to click together, and the huge stone gears in my giant dumb brain are slowly turning, Alex. I'm slowly keeping up with you. And what I would want to just kind of return to two things really quickly. One thing is, you talked about why the Kodak framework didn't get taken up. And I'm reading between the lines here, correct me if I'm wrong, but one thing I kind of took from what you were saying there is, if you are training a React model to use reasoning traces to reason through a problem, one reason this is possible or convenient is because we have a lot of data. It's easy to put together data that looks like a human reasoning through a problem in text tokens and producing an output. It's a little bit harder to find data of humans writing code to programmatically solve problems in these small chunks that you would need for a model to kind of work natively through a Kodak framework. And so what this kind of brings us to, Alex, is this connection between harness design and model design and training. And again, you touched on this briefly, but kind of the point you were trying to make, I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, is that it's not enough just to go away and train a model in a particular way and then naively slot it into any particular harness and see how it performs. You actually have to co-design your model training with your harness design, because effectively what you're trying to do is optimize the model for a particular type of reasoning or approach to a problem or output, because what you're trying to do is optimize the model for the way that the harness is going to break down problems. And so this connection between model design and harness is kind of what you were getting at there, where it's like, it's actually important to popularize this. It needs to be out in the intellectual ether, because it's a collective action problem, or it's a kind of orchestration problem, where the big labs need to design a model to work with a particular type of harness in order to get these harnesses working effectively. Before we go into your paper, is that a kind of generally correct understanding of how the world works?
It is. It's a great way, and I will expand on that a little bit, because I think it's actually a really important point to understand the blog post. Like, these are very connected ideas. So the first thing I will say is, you're exactly spot on. The reason why, from my point of view, all this React style stuff kind of happened like this, and React is a great paper, came from Princeton. I actually was in that lab when it came out. The reason all this stuff worked out was because this was generally the format of data and the tasks that we were given at the time. Now, what has changed in the past, I would say 2 years, is that coding has become an extremely lucrative domain for these companies. And this also includes like environments, like the style that we train models in now, which is this kind of hill climbing, build as many environments as you can of difficult tasks, and basically collect as many traces of these difficult tasks as you can. Like, this lends itself really well to newer, more flexible types of harnesses, because you're not kind of fixed or like stuck with the formats that you've had in the past, like that naturally occur like on the web or things like this. So this is a really important point. And then the second really important point is exactly about model harness co-design. So now, people will disagree with me on this. I think that Claude Code was the first instance of a model and a harness that were truly correctly co-designed and trained together. And I say this because there were definitely instances of this before, right? You could argue Cursor did this or was one of the first people to do this. But I think one of the things that was missing was with Claude Code, it's sort of clear that in a way, the model is almost like vendor locked, or the model and the harness are vendor locked with respect to each other. They clearly trained around the harness, and they also hid details from any other model using the harness, so that you basically can't slot in your own models, and you also can't really, if you want to design a harness around Opus, it's really hard to beat Claude Code because it's trained around the harness. And I think this is a really interesting point broadly when we start thinking about what actually is a model. And I think the RLM paper name is very controversial because it's not a model. It's not like Inkling or Opus or so it kind of begs this question, what is a model? Well, a language model is basically just something that maps text to text, right? At the end of the day, that's all it is. And a harness does the same thing. A harness around a language model is still doing the same thing. And one of the points that I wanted to get across was there are a lot of limitations to the ways that we train language models. And the fact that we have to train them around a harness to do a very specific thing is a very limiting and very expensive process. So what this blog post is ultimately arguing for, in some sense, is that we need to be more aware of the harnesses that we design. So RLMs, for example, could fit into Claude Code. They're not RLM is a very abstract idea, and Claude Code could very well be an RLM. But one of the and by the way, also the blog post is not saying that RLMs are the best. Everyone should use RLMs. The experiments are obviously around RLMs, but there are many other potential harness designs that could be better or could have very interesting properties sort of emerge. But one of the things I really wanted to highlight in the blog post was if you're very clever about the design of your harness or the thing around how you use the language model, you can almost get scaling gains for free. Now, I also want to stress this point. Another thing that I think has been lost in the field in some sense is this idea that if you design a harness around a model, I think a lot of people will immediately think this is anti-scaling, this is anti-bitter lesson, anti-scaling pill.
Yeah.
Yes, but I actually think it's not true. That's actually the opposite. So, transformers themselves have a lot of inductive biases in them. And I think one of the things that we want to ask ourselves almost is what are things that lend themselves well to scale? We want to take advantage of scale, but we want to do it better than what we currently do. So there's two kind of main experiments in the paper, which I think are so cool. I think it's something that even if you don't read the blog, there's just something really cool about the fact that with an RLM, one of the things that we show is that basically if you train a model naively, there's no tricks, it's just the same way you train a model on these RL environments, you just roll it out and then you just get some reward. One of the things we first show is that if you train it on only short tasks, only tasks that are 10,000 tokens long, basically, if you were to run it on a similar domain or the same domain, but at 1 million tokens or 10 million tokens or 100,000 tokens, it generalizes really, really well. And if you look at it compared to even the base transformer, you get and you train them the same, you get way better generalization properties. And the reason why this happens is so cool. So basically, without, again, there's no kind of intervention or steering the model in some way. What the harness converges to is basically when the model uses an RLM after it's trained on these short tasks, it will see some kind of trajectory of actions that it does, right? So Claude Code is the same. When you use it for a while, you'll get some main context trace of what happened. Basically, between these two problems of different lengths, the RLM learns to see them as almost the same problem. And what I mean by that is token for token, they're almost the same. And the reason is like you can describe it in code, right? So like in one code setting, maybe the for loop is a little bigger, but it's the same kind of code, and it derives the constants from the data. So actually there's no like hard coding, so they literally look the same.
So I want to stop you there, Alex, because I think I thought this was super, super interesting when I was reading the paper. So, and this is particularly a property of RLM harnesses. It's not a general property of training LLMs. The particular property of RLM harnesses is, if you train a model exclusively on short tasks, I'm gonna like bungle this, but it's like, you know, take a look at a single, like, I'm just trying to use an example that might be intuitive to an audience that's not just using these things for code, but it's like, if you train the model on just like a legal research problem, a short legal research problem or something like that, using an RLM, and then you give the model a 100,000 page or whatever, like a much larger, you talk in terms of tokens, but a much larger problem, then what happens is, it's not that the model sees the larger problem as like a 10,000 times version of the smaller problem. It actually, the problem architecture looks identical in the small and the large examples, because the way that the model is seeing the problem through the RLL harness is not as a 10,000 series of steps, because it's seeing it exclusively in this kind of programmatic sense of step 1, step 2, step 3. As long as those steps are fundamentally the same between the small task and the large task, the model sees them the same in the two tasks, and therefore performs just as well on the long task as it does on the short task. Exactly. Am I getting that right, Alex? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And now you can apply this principle to length is just one, axis of scale. You can generally apply this principle to just arbitrary problems, which is another thing we show. So if your model learns to look for essays written by the same author, it actually also can look for math solutions that follow the same kind of principle, which is a really interesting thing, right? Now, I should explain like why. Why is this happening? So the first thing that I wanted to highlight, I'll go all the way back, right? I said transformers and language model are super dumb. That was the thing that like I kind of claimed. And I think there's a lot of very smart people that have, showed this in maybe more technical ways, but ultimately the idea is that they generally don't really like generalize very well. So like if your language model can solve a certain task, it's not that clear if it can solve something else. Like maybe a person can do this, but language model, I have no idea. And kind of the purpose of this whole harness design thing is like, we want to get rid of these issues. Like this shouldn't be a problem. And the solution traditionally in the field has just been, let's curate more data. Like let's keep, it's like a game of whack-a-mole, right? Like let's just like keep hammering down, or maybe that's not the best example. Maybe it's like a pipe that gets broken every so often and you just keep patching it in different places. And like to some extent, like, yes, this has worked for some time, but if you think about the biggest challenges in the field now, like long horizon, continual learning, like all of these things, if you think about it from the perspective of like you and me, I don't think they're very hard. Like for me, right? So like if we're thinking about the problem of like continual learn, or like being able to continually learn, or being able to solve a task that takes a very long time. Like, is this harder for me than solving an IMO problem is? Like, probably not. Especially if
it's really hard for the models, though. Yeah, for sure.
And it's this thing of like, it's like there's the reason why I think a lot of these problems, and so I should say, we don't formally argue this in the paper. But one point I do want to get across, and it's in some of my earlier writing, is I do have this kind of running hypothesis in my head about the nature of tasks, like the nature of tasks that humans care about. And this is a really important kind of point, because there are tasks that some mathematician can construct that are really weird and whatever. But for tasks that people care about, generally, actually, it turns out that they probably can be decomposed in a really like describable way. And we know this, right? Like this is the foundation of how companies run, right? Like companies run, they're run by many humans kind of coming together and like communicating ideas and building up larger ideas by composing each other's work and ideas. And this only works because the smaller things, like the smaller work, is done by smart people. But overall, like the overall thing is easy to describe in a lot of ways. And so RLMs and RLM training and just generally like harnesses are a way to get around this limitation that transformers can't do this. Like it's very hard for them to learn this kind of pattern. And so this is something where, like, for me, harness design and model architecture design are kind of blurry nowadays. Like it's not, you can think of it as a model. And so this is kind of another piece of like, training these systems is so beneficial, because if we were to naively scale them, they probably, like, given the same budget that we've had before, they can probably solve a much wider class of things. And this is like super exciting. So
it's so interesting. We're running out of time. I wish we could talk about this for another hour, because it feels like I am just kind of getting my head around it. I think we are kind of getting into something interesting, but I think that on its own is like such a useful encapsulation of your finding here for the audience, for anyone watching this or listening to this. It's like there is something here, and again, I'm in danger of going off on a tangent here, Alex, but I'll just say it seems to me that some of the insight here is about when you stop anthropomorphizing the models and thinking about them just in terms of like, how would we make a human better at this task, or we give them more time to think about it, and you start thinking about these models as operating in a very particular way that we can then kind of combine with harness design to allow them to see structural similarities between problems that look very different to us. And that is the way of making them reason better about this kind of broad class of problems that to us looks like 5 different things. I think that is super promising and super interesting, and I will be personally watching your work with great interest. I'm sure I will not be alone in that. Alex saying people should follow you on Twitter. They should go and read this blog post that you put together. It's your current pinned tweet. You are at Alex Zhang on x.com, is that right?
I think it's A1 Zhang.
A1 Zhang, excuse me. And
yes,
people should follow your academic profile as well. Anything else that you kind of want to point people towards before we say goodbye, Alex?
No, I think in general, just, I have published a bunch of blogs and stuff on my website, also on my Twitter. Feel free to take a look. I think the whole story kind of makes sense if you read it chronologically. But yeah, thank you so much for having me on.
Mate, my absolute pleasure. It was really good talking to you, and I really look forward. I want to continue this conversation because it's something I find very, very interesting.
It'd be
we'll do
great.
this again. Alex, we'll say goodbye for now. We'll drop for a second, and they'll be back with another guest.
Thank you so much.
welcome back, everybody. Fantastic day of conversations already. Excellent conversation with Alex. If you didn't hear him at the end there, you should go and follow him on Twitter. Alex Sang, he's at MIT. He's doing very, very interesting work. And that paper about GLMs, I think he called it a blog, which was very modest of him. Definitely worth checking out. I'm very pleased to welcome our next guest to talk about something extremely topical at the moment. Well, we've got Leo Schwartz joining us. Leo, you are a reporter at The Information. You cover tech and politics. And you wrote a piece over the weekend. You had to correct me. Time is moving so quick. I was like, it was yesterday? No, it was Saturday. You wrote a piece over the weekend about how the administration is thinking about open weight models, particularly from China. Do you want to take us through, what you're reporting or what you found, and what you think is interesting about it?
Yeah, it really does feel like the past few months have been one long day. So thank you for saying that.
100%.
In our article, what we were trying to do was tell the story of how the Trump administration went from the beginning of having this very anti-regulation, hands-off, famously David Sachs, AI and crypto advisor, said, let the private sector cook, to the moment that we're currently in, where you have the export controls slapped on Anthropic, where you have the administration essentially ordering the staggered release of OpenAI's new model. Now we have this huge uncertainty with what's happening with open source. Is it going to be banned? Is it going to be allowed fully? Is it only going to be China that's restricted? And I think a lot of folks in Silicon Valley and in tech are wondering how we got there. So what I was trying to do with this article was basically show that transition and look at the factors that caused what I think would be fair to say is a 180-degree turn. And we have some policy experts in the piece who say that. And the simple answer is there's obviously a few factors. I mean, one, and I think you can take a charitable take to this, is AI went from a very sub-tier policy priority for any administration, but especially the Trump administration that was handling Iran, handling tariffs, handling any number of issues, to really being one of the most important policy areas the past few months with the arrival of Mythos from Anthropic. So obviously they had to take a new approach. But then against that, there's also just been a huge amount of staff turnover of many of the top policy experts and policymakers in the Trump administration. And then as you have this new area of focus with AI, there's a clash of views, which I think is common that we've seen in both the first Trump term and the second one, of different stakeholders coming in and disagreeing pretty forcefully on what should happen, what their turf is. And what's resulted now is what seems to many to be this more improvised approach, ad hoc approach to regulation that I think is displeasing many folks, from policymakers, lawmakers, to obviously a lot of people trying to build AI right now.
I mean, it's a good point. I mean, that's all true, Leo, and I think it's a good way. It's actually quite a helpful way of framing it, right? Because in San Francisco, in Silicon Valley, in the world of technology, and particularly those people who are close to the labs, they have been seeing AI progress as like a exponential line. And so a year ago, they were looking at the exponential line and they were going, well, it's obviously going to be extremely significant. Right now, sure, it can't tell you how many R's are in strawberries. But if you just look at the rate of progress, this is going to become a major national security issue literally any day now. And you can understand why, from the administration's perspective, from from just the DC perspective more generally, that group of people, that group of policymakers, they're much more accustomed to technological progress that kind of chugs rather than rockets. So you can see why you might come into this with a view which is quite laissez-faire, which is aligned with maybe the more general principles of the people closest to the Trump administration on technology and technology policy, which is like, yeah, just let them cook. And then very quickly be like, oh, hold on. We didn't really expect it to do that in like that. So I think that's a good way. It's a useful way of framing it for those in Silicon Valley saying this looks like a 180. It's like, well, yeah, maybe it does, but there are some factors, some very reasonable factors driving that decision to reconsider. Even if you don't agree with the direction they've taken it, there are some reasonable factors that point towards reconsidering your stance, right? And I wonder, I mean, if you take us back to, and feel free to go back further, but when I think about the Mythos moment and then the Fable release, and then the walk back, the export ban on the Fable release. One thing that strikes me about that is that in the story that got public play, the decision to introduce the export restriction came because of information that came from Amazon. So it was not necessarily the Trump administration itself seeing the release of Fable and going, whoa, hold on, we need to slow this down. It was trusted people, trusted technologists who brought a problem to them, and they responded. So do you want to kind of take us back to that time and walk us back up to the moment we're in right now, Leo?
Yeah, that's a tall order. I'll try to keep it as brief as possible.
Brief. Yeah. Just summarize.
I think the other factor to keep in mind too, which is probably underrated, is Trump is obviously a politician. He's paying attention to what voters and his base cares about. And the other factor here is that AI has just become a lot more unpopular to the average voter and to most people. The anti-data center movement is not a left or a right thing. There's huge opposition on both sides. And I think there was also a growing acceptance throughout this year, especially heading into the midterms, that maybe this David Sachs techno optimist, hyper accelerationist view was not really going to play with the voters that they were trying to win in the midterms. And I think that's another factor that's at play here. When it comes to Anthropic, I mean, it's a very loaded issue because it's hard to boil down to one disagreement they had or one event. Obviously, this has been brewing for a while, and we talk about this in the piece, but an interesting thing that happened with Anthropic is that many of the architects of President Biden's AI policy quickly went to Anthropic. And I think there was a lot of skepticism very early on in the Trump administration toward Anthropic because of that. And obviously a lot of the more left-leaning rhetoric that they would have in public. But earlier this year, you have the blow up with the Pentagon, the Department of War, over the red lines that Anthropic created. Of course, then Anthropic comes out and starts touting Mythos as this model that could potentially cause the apocalypse, but will also be great for their business. I think that probably rankled a lot of folks in the Trump administration. From a lot of reporting that we've seen and we've done ourselves, I think there was unhappiness with or maybe miscommunications between Anthropic and the Trump administration as they prepared to release it. Obviously, at that point, the Trump administration was still figuring out what reviews of these frontier models would look like. This comes around the time that the executive order was being debated in May and June about this like quote unquote voluntary system for how the government would review models. And then when Anthropic does release Fable, you have, as you mentioned, Amazon coming to the White House and raising this issue is more as during the process of normal communication sharing that they're happening. And I think all of that came to a head where, and this is where the communication breakdown happened. The White House was basically saying, you guys need to figure out what these vulnerabilities are and fix them. And Anthropic basically said back to them, we actually don't think this is as serious as you're saying they are. These vulnerabilities exist in pretty much every frontier model out there. And that was happening over the course of a few very heated days, or even one very heated day that ultimately led to the export control ban.
Yeah, it's a great way of telling the story, right? Because it's like you start with the blog post about Mythos that says this model is too dangerous to release, and then you jump forward to them saying, "Oh no, this is like just the natural. This is just you can jailbreak any model like this. This is not jailbreaking. It's just this is the intended way that models are supposed to act." And you can see how, in someone from the administration who's not using the models daily, who's like fairly distant from the technology, they're like, hold on, which one is it? Is it like critically dangerous to cybersecurity, or is it this is the intended process by which the models are supposed to act? So you can kind of see how that miscommunication came about. Can you take us to, your reporting was on Saturday. It followed the release of Kimi K3, which is this open source model from Moonshot that performed, I think, better than a lot of people expected on a bunch of different benchmarks and seemed to come quite close to the frontier of public closed models. But the sense I got from your reporting was that this is something they have been considering for a while, even before this release. It goes back a little way. So do you want to take us through that, Leo?
Yeah, so there's long been a debate within the Trump administration on how to handle not just open source, but Chinese open source, of course. I think there's always been elements in the Trump administration, especially the more accelerationist, laissez-faire camp, including David Sachs, who say open source is very important. Then there's also this tension with the more national security minded folks who say open source is harder for us to get our arms around, especially when it's coming from China. There's national security risks. So we reported that last year, I mean, closer to the beginning of the Trump administration and then continuing through the year, there were conversations around bans or restrictions that would happen maybe through executive order, maybe through rulemaking that would happen out of commerce that was ultimately quashed. But I think you're starting to see some of this come back. And we've been hearing rumblings about this for the past few weeks about whether there will be another executive order about this, whether again it will be broader around open source, whether it will be only focused on Chinese open source. I think at every opportunity, the Trump administration has denied that there will be anything, but yet they're not dispelling these rumors. There was obviously the Axios report this morning that touched on some of the same reporting we did that showed that these conversations were happening last year and that maybe they're being reignited now. So we're at this interesting point where we were a couple months ago. I don't know if you remember when there was all these conversations happening around the executive order that ended up creating this voluntary framework around model review where there's just lots of information flying around about what it would look like. And what that often means is, you have all these very disparate agencies within the Trump administration, people with very different views on what should happen, trying to figure out what policy will look like. And I think that's not a great position for a lot of companies to be in who say we have no idea what our operations might look like in a week or two, given the regulation that could come out.
And of course, it's worth saying, if you're watching this and you're thinking, well, why does this matter? Why are we particularly concerned about the volatility that Chinese open source model companies might be facing based on Trump's regulation? But of course, the kind of relevant factor here is that because they are open source, because they're open weight, they are served by many inference providers based in the US companies who offer these models through their hardware and do a bunch of optimization around that and have a bunch of business workflows that go around that. We spoke to the CEO of Inference. That's one company, but there's Base 10. There's a few others working in this space who offer a range of different models on their hardware, and those are American companies who are focused on providing services to American businesses. And they face a great deal of uncertainty about whether it's okay for them, what the future of them offering GLM 5.2 or Kimi K3 to a bunch of different American companies. Some of those American companies have fine-tuned those models to be better at the workflows that are important to them. So there's all these kind of like factors flying around. It's not just limited to the stakeholders here are not just Moitan and Moonshot. There is a bunch of US companies involved as well. So Leo, why don't you tell us, what is the state of play here? If someone is trying to understand how the Trump administration is thinking about this, what the kind of competing forces within the government might be, what would you tell them?
Well, unfortunately, there's no clean answer. I wish I could provide a clean answer. If we could, we'd have an article out today. This is the challenge of reporting on the chaos of the Trump administration. It's very fast moving. I mean, as I said, I think if you're trying to understand it, there is always going to be this central tension, and even this is oversimplification, but there's the national security crowd, the intelligence community that's pushing for more restrictions, that says, our priority is much less letting the private sector and business cook and much more making sure that there's not national security threats coming in. And I think this is sort of exemplified by some of the players who have come into the conversation recently. One example is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who 6 months ago, 9 months ago, probably didn't care very much about AI, and then suddenly has Jamie Dimon calling him up saying, wait a second, these models might be able to break into every single bank IT system in the world. This is probably something you should pay attention to. So obviously folks like that are going to say, I think we should care more about regulation more than about having a libertarian view on this. But then there still are the elements from early days in the Trump administration that say we need to have competition. We need to let the private sector actually develop this. And they're probably afraid of the monopoly that you're seeing, or I should say the duopoly from OpenAI and Anthropic. And there's been, I would say, some really interesting meta conversation happening over the past few days where you're seeing this commentary coming out from folks like Bill Gurley, who had an op-ed today in the Washington Post, basically, lauding competition. And I think really what you're seeing is this public lobbying about what regulation around open source should look like. And the fact that you're still seeing these conversations happening with folks like Bill Gurley and David Sachs today and Dean Ball means
yeah.
that no one really knows what the state of play is.
Yeah. We should talk about Dean. We should talk about Dean Ball. I wrote this piece that came out this morning about the conversation that kicked off. It wasn't. I think clearly the environment was right. The moment was right for this conversation to happen. I think Dean's post became a little bit of a flashpoint for that. Dean Ball, of course, probably very familiar to people who watch this show. He's been on a couple of times, a fantastic guest. He's very interesting and knowledgeable and insightful. He has this very interesting career where he was an AI advisor in the White House. He was one of the significant contributors to, some people report him as the main author of the administration's AI action plan. He left the administration. He was doing some work at FAI, and now just 2 weeks ago, he's joined OpenAI. And I think the fact that his bio now says head of strategic futures at OpenAI, even though that role is 2 weeks old, I think it really shaped the way that people interpreted this post of his, in which he talked about both his impressions of Kimi K3, but also how he felt that open source models kind of generally might impact the progress of AI capabilities on one hand, and also what he thought the Trump administration might be inclined to do about it. Now, in his original post, he kind of wrote, and I think this has been interpreted a bunch of different ways, but he wrote, here is how the Trump administration might be inclined to respond to a model like Kimi K3, and he talked about a series of kind of slightly underhanded regulatory tactics that designed to create regulatory uncertainty around the use of open source and use that to suppress adoption in the US. Some people, I think David Sachs was one of them, interpreted that as a, here is what OpenAI is calling for. I think Dean himself probably meant it more in the sense of, look what the administration has already done. Look how they are already handling this. Here is how they might be inclined to continue. What are your thoughts on this and the response, Leo?
Yeah, it is funny to see Dean go from being able to be this commentator without having to have much of a care in the world about who he's speaking for now answering as, I think, what some have called an executive for OpenAI. I don't know if he would consider himself an executive. But yeah, I think it just shows how fascinating and complex the debate is right now. It's so hard to actually nail down ideologically what the spectrum is of views, or how it falls on a left-right spectrum, or a libertarian or more pro-regulation spectrum. And I think it's almost hard to even nail down what Dean's views are or what David Sachs are right now. I think it's the technology's obviously rapidly evolving, and I think the policy is always going to be a few steps behind. And what we saw, I think, this probably was only paid attention to by the most hardcore policy nerds during the export control ban of Anthropic. But what a lot of people really wanted to get was that letter that the Commerce Department, the Bureau of Industry and Security, sent to Anthropic to figure out what's the actual legal mechanism for doing this. And it was completely novel legal territory. And I think, what everybody told me at the time was, if Anthropic wasn't trying to work this out with the White House behind the scenes, this would have almost certainly led to a really fascinating lawsuit about whether the government even has power to do that. And I think we're seeing the same thing now with open source. And it's honestly similar to what we saw with crypto a few years ago, which is it's pretty unprecedented, this idea of how you can actually regulate software in this way. And it's just unclear, both the actual legal mechanisms, but also just the policy ideas of how you're supposed to ban or restrict open source software coming from a foreign adversary to being so prevalent in the US.
It's really interesting, Leo. I mean, you made the point that much of the conversation has been a meta conversation. And it's actually not really clear what any of the major actors here believe or are calling for. I mean, I think the conversation has been at the level of, what is the implication for the advancement of AI progress if the open source ecosystem really flourishes and starts to challenge the closed source ecosystem? That is like a very meta, it's a very high level conversation. And, Dean's view was that an open source ecosystem that was close to the closed source frontier is likely to suppress AI progress. Why? Because it's going to push down the margin on intelligence, on tokens, on frontier models, and that will reduce the amount of capex that's available to build out a bunch of data centers. Now, there was no sense in his original post that he was calling for regulation to prevent that from happening. But many people interpreted it that way. And likewise, when David Sachs speaks, he has this. He says, look, first of all, we shouldn't regulate anything in an underhanded, indirect way. The government should make regulation based on, clear reasoning, which they are explicit about, because that's how governments should use their power. I tend to agree. I thought that was a very good point. I think that's a great ideal to try and hold ourselves to, David. But then he also said, these open source models coming out of China do really pose a threat to the US ecosystem. The answer is not trying to ban them or regulate them. The answer is that the closed source competitors in the US ought to move a little faster, be a little bit more accelerationist themselves, and stop putting these silly safeguards on everything, because US companies need to use these models to safeguard their software so that open source models will no longer pose a threat. So it's this kind of very generative space that, as you said, is happening at this kind of meta level. It doesn't seem to have any explicit position, or many explicit positions being staked out. How should we think about this, Leo? What should we look for in the coming weeks to kind of try and make sense of this?
Yeah, and I think you wrote on Substack, I guess it was earlier today, it's hard to break down which elements of this are normative versus descriptive. Like, what are people calling for? What are they describing? It's very hard to actually nail down. And then even when you have, and I think we've seen this a bunch over since David Sachs has left government, and honestly, probably before then. And to be clear, he is still shaping the Trump administration.
Co-chair of something.
Yeah, he's still involved, but he's not in an official position like he was. Or I guess it's still technically official. He's no longer the AI and crypto czar. It does seem like he's trying to shape policy, both with his all-in appearances, obviously his posts on X that are happening here. In terms of what we should look out, I mean, this is what I keep bringing up is the executive order that was signed in early June that David Sachs actually had a hand in changing. There was supposed to be a signing event in late May for it, and David Sachs at this point infamously called up Trump and basically helped convince him not to do it. Ended up being signed in early June, and what it laid out was this idea that we're going to have a framework in 2 months that will basically be the way that AI companies can come into the government in a voluntary way. How voluntary is it? Is leave up to your interpretation, and basically figure out possible risks, vulnerabilities, or feasibility to launch into the public. We're now days away from when that framework is supposed to come out, and I think a lot of people in the AI industry are seeing it as this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, or this magic salve that's going to fix everything and help lay out, here's what the government's actual policy is, not just toward closed source. I mean, something we reported a few weeks ago is that there's supposed to be elements in it too about how to handle American open source, how to incentivize the growth of American open source. And I do think this is the tangible policy that we can say this should be coming out in a few weeks, and hopefully we'll have some answers there. Aside from that, I don't know. I mean, the Trump administration's favorite game is to drop policy at any given moment. There was as I mentioned, this signing event that got canceled, and then a very impromptu signing that happened a few days later. So I think if we do see some sort of executive order, some sort of rule coming out of the Commerce Department that might be a restriction on Chinese open source or open weight models more broadly. I know Dean Ball mentioned that this could be done through, for example, a bulletin, through the Federal Reserve. I mean, there's a lot of different mechanisms there, and there's tons of policy debates happening right now. Another one is this idea of whether we should have a self-regulatory organization that governs AI instead of having the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, which is out of Commerce and is also very troubled right now. So there's a million different storylines to follow. If you care about open source, I think right now it's the most productive thing to do is try and track this meta conversation and and what's happening out of that.
It's really interesting, Leo. We should go back a step as well, and talk just quickly about what the reaction to Kimi K3 was last week in this kind of breadth of people that you're following on this conversation. So tell us about that. Like, when the model dropped, there was a reaction on Twitter, on tech Twitter, of course. But what was the reaction more broadly in policy circles, in people who are thinking about this more widely?
I actually don't know if it was that impactful. I mean, I think people have been aware of this possibility for a long time. I still think of the biggest change in the policy conversation being the launch of Mythos, or at least the announcement of Mythos a few months ago. Everybody that I talked to said like that was the moment that the policy conversation really shifted in the Trump administration. I almost think of the Chinese open source conversation as a bit tangential to that. Certainly, it will shape a lot of policy, but I think right now there's still this almost more existential threat about how to deal with the leading frontier closed source models, which are the ones that are going to come with risk to the banking system, to potential bio risks, which is something that we mentioned in our article, and of course, this looming question of job loss. So I still think that is the top priority for a lot of policy folks right now is what should the relationship be between the leading AI labs and the government. And I think the response obviously is and you saw this, I think, from folks like David Sachs, is, well, if you only care about the leading AI labs, what that's going to do is ultimately create regulatory capture for them because all the policy will be written for them. But at the same time, they are the ones who are the furthest in the lead and are creating the models that I think come with the biggest risks. So that is a top priority for a lot of policy folks.
It's very interesting to me. I think this way of thinking about it has a big risk of flattening the conversation into a way where all the policy options look like kind of lose-lose, right? Because if your concern is, you might call it kind of like if you are extremely focused on the mythos problem, which is how do we deal with AI models that have capabilities with national security implications? How should we deal with the release of those models? It strikes me that one inclination there is going to be the one that we've seen already, which is like, okay, let's slow things down a little bit. Let's build in some time for the government to review these models. Let's have some completely optional, by the way, opportunity to share advanced AI capabilities before they're released to the public. At the same time, that seems to be clearly in tension with the realization that's now hitting a lot of people that the Chinese ecosystem, the open source ecosystem, which is centered in China, is going to be a few months behind that. So every month that you keep a model locked up means there is less time in which the closed source capability is available to American companies before the open source model becomes available not just to American companies, but to anyone who can run it on hardware anywhere in the world. And it seems to me that, one thing I wrote about is this idea that we should start maybe thinking about this more as an ecosystem that we're trying to manage rather than, a series of models which have risks attached to the model itself. Because, it's the ecosystem that determines whether software architecture is ready for Mythos capabilities in the wild. It's the ecosystem that determines whether Cloudflare and Google and WordPress have had a chance to stress test their internal systems with Mythos before Kimi K3 is released into the hands of North Korean hackers, or however you want to kind of frame the problem. So I don't know, it seems this tension is concerning to me. I really don't see how it can play out in a smooth way, Leo.
Yeah, and then I mean the backdrop of that, and this is what we tried to report out in the article, is there's frustration that right now, instead of having a very concerted, clear response to what is clearly not only probably the biggest technological challenge that we've had in decades, but also a national security one, is the Trump administration equipped to handle this right now? And this is one of the big themes of the article is the amount of staff turnover that there's been and the lack of technical talent there. And this is something people brought up over and over again, whether it was outside policy experts or former officials that I spoke with or people close to the administration, is you have these offices like the Office of the National Cyber Director or even the National Security Council that just don't have the technical talent right now to be able to deal with this. And the offices that were set up, like Casey, the AI testing center, are basically a political jump ball right now and are often just a lightning rod for debates that are happening. So if you're having maybe less charitably a clash of egos, more charitably a conversation or a debate within the administration on how to handle it, that's not actually leading to real policy. And as you said, every day there's not tangible policy that's losing a lot of very valuable time.
I mean, it just seems to me, Leo, like, one consequence of what is happening in San Francisco right now is that there is an enormous gravitational pull for anyone who is insightful, who has a kind of technical understanding of how AI works, who has this kind of capability to reason about it from a policy perspective, or even just from a kind of applications perspective. All of those people are being sucked at enormous speed into San Francisco, into the big labs, into the organizations that exist around those labs. It's not just the administration that is having trouble keeping people like that on the payroll. It is literally every organization that is not OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, Grok, SpaceX AI, whatever it is. So it really seems like one unexpected consequence of this is that as the technology develops, there are going to be fewer and fewer people, in a way, capable of grappling with it, conversing about it, who are not at the labs.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, which isn't there are obviously incredibly smart, very I would say
Of
ethically
course.
driven people working for the government right now and
Yeah, yeah,
trying
yeah.
to hammer out these issues. But it's always going to be like almost a David versus Goliath situation at this point. And you have this army of lobbyists and policy experts employed by the labs just descending on DC every day. And as
Yeah.
we saw with Anthropic, I think another issue is the smartest people in SF often don't understand how DC works. And they come in with this very idealistic or maybe naive view, and then they're met with the reality of the DC machine. And I think Anthropic was learning that the hard way this year with all of the conversations that they had with the Trump administration, whether it was the Pentagon blowup or the recent export control ban. I mean, this is a story that we've seen over and over again in tech for decades, where you have this very idealistic company or one that's just not really familiar with politics trying to learn in real time, saying this technology is moving so quickly, we need to do
Yeah.
it. DC is always going to move at its own pace.
And you know what? Like, it's not. You're not playing on a settled board either. Like, I think it's completely reasonable to point to Anthropic's naivety in their interactions with the Department of War. Certainly, some of the comms that came out around that seem to suggest just an unfamiliarity with, especially the personalities in the DOW and how they might think about this technology. But it's like, as you said, like there is a groundswell happening against AI. It seems fairly low valence in some ways. It's kind of fairly down the list of people's kind of important issues politically, but it's probably rising, and the sentiment is quite negative. And so that ground is shifting.
I think it's changing very quickly. I mean, I
Yeah.
think the past couple months, this went to being an issue that nobody cared about to one of the bigger issues in a lot of primaries out there. And again, when I speak with
Interesting.
campaign strategists, policy experts, they're saying maybe not the midterms, but next election, AI could be one of the top issues.
It's fun. It's so funny to think about that because it's like, okay, what's the next election? Like 2.5 years away. It's like, yeah, you talk to people in Silicon Valley about what's going to happen with AI 2.5 years away, and they're like, who knows, dude? We're gonna be in the, we're gonna be in space. We're gonna be on the Dyson sphere in 2.5 years. Who cares about the presidential election in 2.5 years? But of course, in DC, they're going, wow, this is going to be massive in in the 2028 elections, dude. It's like, what are you talking about? So maybe we should finish there, Leo, because I feel like you and I, we could talk about this forever. There's so many different ways we could take this conversation. Maybe we can finish here with a conversation about, you said you've talked to campaign strategists. You said you've been in touch with the kind of political side of how people are reacting to AI and progress in AI. What are some things that our audience, which I think is fairly concentrated in San Francisco, they'll be able to name at least like 5 models off the top of their head on average. What should our audience know about how this is being received politically and about how people are thinking about it from a kind of political strategy perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I remember this with crypto or with social media, other debates. I think people in tech and in SF are often dealing with issues that are at such a different, I don't want to say level because that almost seems condescending, but in a very different sphere than I think most people who think about AI are looking at. And
Yeah.
really the topic that comes up over and over and over again is data centers. I think data centers are the most apparent issue for a lot of folks when it comes to AI, that and job loss, but having this physical looming reminder of what AI is in people's communities is just really hitting so close to home. There was just the National Day of Protest that happened a few days ago, organized by Humans First, which is more of a conservative anti-AI group. Obviously, we actually did a really great data visualization project that I'd encourage people to check out at the information that maps out all the data center bans and moratoriums happening over the country. There's over 300 of them. New York just did a 1-year pause on it. And like I said before, this is something that really defies the left-right spectrum. This is like this horseshoe theory where people on every single side are either opposed or very pro it. And I think this is an issue that people that in SF should try to understand, which is they're trying to get as much money and resources into this problem as possible, but I think they're going to hit some very unexpected obstacles along the way, and data centers are certainly one of them.
Leo, this is obviously well outside your kind of beat, but like, if you had advice, if you were sat down with Sam Altman and Dario or whatever, and they said, how, like, it's so confusing to us that people are freaking out about data centers. They're worried about water use, but it really is a non-issue as far as we can tell. They're worried about, this kind of looming physical presence of a data center, but it's like people were all about bringing the factories back. Just a couple of years ago, people were pretty keen to reindustrialize the Rust Belt. And now we go and reindustrialize the Rust Belt, and everyone's going, no, not like that. we meant coal mines. We didn't mean data centers. And it's like, what is going on here? How should they think about it? What are the kind of what's the emotional core of this political concern?
I mean, these are the days that I'm thankful to have not chosen political strategist as a job, and I get to be a journalist and maintain my objectivity here. I don't know. I mean, it's a really good question. I think it's anything from electricity usage to this physical manifestation of what's happening with job loss and this question of what's going to happen with them. But I think as we see over and over again with this new information ecosystem that we have, it's just one large echo chamber, and any small idea gets amplified very quickly. And it's sort of hard to be able to enumerate a more logical, rational view of, okay, well, this is actually the impact environmentally that they have on a case-by-case basis, and here's how we should talk about, what the building them looks like on a per community basis. I think it was interesting covering this recent story of what's happening in New York with Kathy Hochul, who's a Democrat, but a very centrist Democrat, very pro-business, where the New York State Legislature, which is more progressive, passed a further reaching moratorium on data centers. And what she did was basically pass this executive order that was a 1-year pause. And then she went on Odd Lots, the Bloomberg podcast, which I thought was a funny choice, because basically saying, I'm going to communicate this to like the wonkiest business folks out there, where she made clear, like, this isn't, this super anti-data center stance. This is saying we need to have just like a pause, a 1-year pause, so that we can actually figure out what the issue is. We can figure out how to communicate it to communities. We can figure out how to do it in an economically reasonable way. And so I don't have to give my own view. I would say, I think what Kathy Hochul did was really interesting, which is say, let's not have a very extreme view one way or the other, but let's actually like stop and figure out how this actually works and how we can do it responsibly.
And that was fascinating. If you haven't listened to that interview, you should go and do it straight as soon as you finish listening to me. You should go and listen to Kathy Hochul on Odd Lots, because I think one of the interesting things about it was she was kind of like, oh, no, I like AI. I use it for all sorts of things. It's going to be great for rationalizing all these funny regulations we've got scattered through the state legislation. It's going to be useful for lots of different things. I use it all the time. But yeah, we just have this 1-year pause and just kind of figure it out. And I think, like, I wonder if, without projecting my own views onto someone like Kathy, I wonder if one way of thinking about this is just being like, how do you diffuse this political opposition, or how do you address it in a way that diffuses it without just becoming this oppositional defiant kind of situation where, like, as you said, like, it's like people may have reasonable concerns about the technology. It might be completely reasonable for them to be concerned about their jobs, but it kind of starts to take on this strange life of its own, where that insubstantiates as a kind of visceral hatred of building a data center or what have you. So it's kind of like, I think there's obviously, Anthropic has this wonderful economics department where they've got a bunch of economists who are writing papers about what the impact is going to be on the labor market, and where we're seeing, what type of tasks are being automated with AI, and what that might tell us about the impact on employment. And it's like, that type of wonky shit is just not going to cut through the person who is protesting with a sign outside a data center. And so it's like, there's got to be some sort of translation there where you take this policy research and try and make it into something which is political, which speaks to people's emotional concerns as much as their rational and economic ones. Like you said, Leo, I'm glad that's not my job.
Yeah. Yeah. The other tactic seems to be, I think what Meta is doing is basically, and I'm sure what will happen in New York now is just using that money or using their own money just to invest a lot and pay out basically, I think direct payments to like teachers or other groups in the area and say,
Yeah.
I mean, this is almost what happened with weed, right? Just
Right.
like look at all the taxes it generates, and here's a very tangible way we can invest it back in the community. So it seems like there are approaches that are being taken and will be taken, and who knows where this conversation will be when that 1 year pause ends.
Much more than software or SaaS or any of the previous waves of technology that we've seen over the last 10, 20 years. This one seems to be much more like a kind of Standard Oil moment. You've got like these like barons who are like, paying off the teachers, sending a turkey to every home at Christmas or whatever. And it's like, what the hell is going on? This is some golden age kind of behavior. It's like, that's completely different to the way that, this was all received during the social media era or the SaaS era. And it might just be partly downstream of the fact that this has big physical footprints that need to get through the all of the various regimes we've set up to prevent people from building big physical infrastructure anywhere in the country. Very, very interesting, Leo. I could, like I said, take so much more of your time. We should finish off by saying, where can people find you, Leo? Obviously, they should subscribe to the information. They should read your reporting there. They can find you on Twitter. What else should people be following and thinking about?
Yeah, read the information. I think we're doing some of the best coverage out there on trying to understand what's happening in DC from a Silicon Valley perspective. So writing for the audience of people working in tech, working at that frontier of tech policy, and would love if you read our work.
Fantastic, Leo. Really, really good conversation. We'll say goodbye for now, but I think we'll probably have you back on. You should next time you report a huge story like this, we'll get you back on and we'll talk about it, because I just couldn't imagine a more fruitful conversation in this environment at the moment.
Yeah, it'd be great to be back.
Fantastic, Leo. Thanks again. We'll drop for now. I'll be right back and say goodbye to Leo. Thanks again.
Thanks so much. Really enjoyed it.
Welcome back, everybody. Fantastic conversation with Leo from the information. It's good. It's so, there is like so much to talk about here. As always, we barely scraped the surface. It felt like that, with every conversation. It's like you have someone on for half an hour and it's like, oh, look, we're just scraping the very surface of the deep significance of many of these issues. So look, thank you for being along the ride with us. It's always a great deal of fun. I always have a great time. If you haven't already, you should check out the MTS Substack. Leo very kindly mentioned the piece that I published this morning, and we're doing kind of fairly regularly, 3 or 4 times a week. You're getting a piece in the mornings ET time, and we're just trying to kind of cover these issues in a bit of a longer form way. So we've been talking obviously about the Kimi K3 moment, about some of the regulatory conversation that's happened about that, about some of the political conversations about what open source means more generally. And those conversations are very worth having. I think writing them out in a longer form is a great basis for a conversation. So read those, tell me what you think, send me a message. If you want to come on the show and talk about any of the pieces, you should do that, because I think this conversation is only going to be more relevant as we go. Nothing is slowing down, folks. Everything is accelerating. So, look, it's great to have you here with us on MTS. I need to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, to whom we are very grateful. They make this whole show possible. They make the Substack possible. They make the interviews possible. We're very, very grateful. First up, we should say, if you have missed my voice last week, I think I only did a couple interviews last week. I was very busy writing. If you missed my voice last week, you should know about 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. Go to 11labs.io/MTS. Now, I'm not saying you should replicate my voice on 11 Labs to tell you bedtime stories before you go to sleep, but you could if you wanted to. Likewise, of course, the voice of Theo Jaffe, the voice of Soph, the voice of other Soph. So, look, there's a lot you can do with 11 Labs. Go to 11labs.io/MTS. Check them out. Very, very interesting work being done. And an international company. Here I am in Melbourne, Australia. I think they started in Poland, but of course, they are now based around the world. I also have here my trusty Kong mug. Kong, they make mugs, but they also are the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. Now, we've talked about on this show, we've talked about many times, how time seems to be moving faster. It is slipping through our fingers. It's just as much a problem for software development as it is for our podcast here at MTS, for our show here at MTS. Go to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster. Go to blitzy.com. You need to be 5 times faster just to stay still in this moment. Now, here I am in Melbourne, Australia. People are surprised to find that out when I have a call with someone. We had people from New York today. We had people from San Francisco. They're always surprised to find out I'm down here in Melbourne. But you know who wasn't surprised is AdQuick. They included it. They included the shout out to Melbourne in the very first ad read I did for them. AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. Go to adquick.com. Check them out. Put a billboard up in front of my house if you want to reach me. That's a good way to do it. So go to adquick.com. Great partners for the show. We're very, very grateful. So listen, big show today. A lot to talk about. We've covered so much, and there'll be more to cover tomorrow. It really feels relentless. I hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Have a great night tonight, and we'll see you again tomorrow. And goodbye for now.